Hello, darlings. Hello, darlings. So swell to see you. Welcome. Sincerely hope that you'll be recording and memorizing everything that goes down here. Or you have perfect English, most likely, yeah, just in case. Because we're going to have foreign guests here. And of course, we're being broadcast live. We have the director of photography here. What's your name? My name is Alona.
Nice to see you, Alona. You have very beautiful eyes. What is the purpose of your visit to the third Nuclear Youth International Forum?
Я блогер.
I'm a blogger. Wow, that's crazy. And how many followers do you have? 1.5 million on YouTube. Wow, I should have recognized you, I think. I should have said you are the one. Wow.
1.5 million followers on YouTube. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? 1.5 million. Can you show? This is the, what's your name?
Алена.
Alona. Alona Chaykina. Alona Chaykina. Just type in the social networks Alona Chaykina, and she's going to be the one. Alona, вы впервые у нас?
First time here, Alona? Yes, that's my first time. What's the purpose of your visit to this forum? Well, to get to know the event, to get to know the forum. Well, now that's an exhaustive answer indeed. This has been a very rich and eventful interview. I hope you get the idea across just how important peaceful atom is. Look, this guy is now filming horizontally, right on time. Guys, we're mere seconds away from the start.
Hello to all the online viewers over here. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are soon to begin in about 20 to 30 seconds. Are you ready? You ready? Raise your hands if you're ready. Поднимите ваши руки, если вы готовы.
Raise your hands if you're ready.
Let's go. And let's go. We're going to start in about, I don't know, 10, or I think maybe even 9, I think even 8. Probably we're going to start in about 7. Nah, I think sooner, about 6. I guess 5. Yeah, everyone sees that I'm just stretching the time because someone just came in. Okay, good. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
"70 years ago, we had a dream. We dreamed of nuclear science as a source of innovations with limitless energy, further progress in industries and technologies development, game-changing healthcare solutions, and as a key to explore the Arctic."
Так будем же трудиться над тем, чтобы это открытие развивалось только в мирных целях на благо всех народов мира.
And what is our dream today? We dream of young people keep believing in science and the power of collaboration. We dream of a world where leaders share our vision of a clean, sustainable planet. A future where nuclear science plays a key role in diagnosing and treating diseases, providing everyone with access to clean water and energy. We envision our young people building the future of a limitless nuclear industry, and we're here to help. We believe nuclear energy has a powerful, almost feminine potential. We hope to inspire more women to follow in the footsteps of Marie Curie. Each person at the second International Youth Nuclear Forum arrived in Obninsk with their own nuclear dream. And those dreams will become reality here, in the city of the world's first nuclear power plant, the future home of the International Campus for Nuclear and Related Technologies, Obninsk Tech. This is our nuclear dream.
Для открытия третьего
So, to open the third International Youth Atomic Technology Forum, we're inviting on this stage Director General of the Rosatom State Corporation, Alexei Likhachov. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is indeed a great honor for me to be reading out a message from the Prime Minister of the Russian Federation. Dear friends, I welcome you at the third International Youth Nuclear Forum. This year, this forum is devoted to celebrating the 80th anniversary of Russia's nuclear industry, and its location now is of special importance. It was in the city of Obninsk, where over 70 years ago, the world's first nuclear power plant was put into operation, opening a new era in peaceful nuclear technology. For many years, our country has rightfully proven its global leadership in this sphere. Our scientists and engineers have created unique tokamak and floating nuclear power plant technologies. State-of-the-art research and developments have many times become the technological breakthrough, redefining the future of the industry. Today, nuclear technology is not just energy, but also transport, healthcare, agriculture, and many other areas of economy. And Russia has given young people from across the world an opportunity to pursue a career in nuclear technology, to obtain fundamental knowledge and put their skills to good use. I'm sure during this forum you will get to know the best practices that will help find new solutions in using nuclear technologies in space exploration, healthcare of the future, artificial intelligence, and other spheres. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you all the best in your endeavors. I wish you fruitful discussions and success. Best regards, Chairman of the Government of the Russian Federation, Mikhail Mishustin. Dear friends, for our today's conversation, we have gathered together thousands of people online, over 400 people here in this audience, and you are an important part of the world's nuclear family. Moreover, you are its tomorrow. And it's extremely important for us to have this dialogue. Today's conversation is extremely important to us, as is the everyday work that we have been doing together with Russia's student community, as well as young people from dozens of countries, a total of over 100 countries. That's our outreach in nuclear projects, in adjacent industries, and in education projects. Why this is important to us? First of all, it means raising a new generation of nuclear scientists for our planet, Russian specialists from friendly countries, but we keep our doors open for everyone, even to those countries who are currently opposing the Russian Federation. They still send their students, their young people, for contacts, for networking, to expand our ties across the planet. And you will determine the nuclear and the entire technological landscape of the planet. It will be up to you how well the people will live on Earth, how long, how actively, how their creative potential and talent will open up. There is, however, another very important side to our dialogue. Today, we, working in the nuclear industry, implement a nuclear project. We create our own strategies, directing our projects for dozens of years ahead, and we have to adjust our strategies and plans in accordance with your values, with your view and understanding of how the planet should develop and humankind.
Because in this faraway future, we need to have this crossroad between our today's capacities and your tomorrow's dreams and aspirations. This is the goal, to bring together the potence of today's nuclear industry with your talents, with your creativity, with your vision of the Earth in 2050. We have a lot of lines of communication. We have international, global impact team. We have the Russian student council of Rosatom, which is gaining momentum all across Russia. We engage youngsters in our international projects in different countries and continents, but it's part of one big project. And the decision point, the place where decisions are made, is here. It's Obninsk. In 1954, right after the end of the Second World War, the nuclear industry appeared. And it has been coined not only to catch up more developed countries, but we took the lead as far as peaceful uh, atom is concerned. The very first nuclear power plant, Takamak, first nuclear icebreakers, first floating nuclear power plants. All of the above were given to the world, were sold to the world from this little so called toy 5 megawatt nuclear power plant of Obninsk, launched mid 20th century. It has been decommissioned in the 21st century. And this plant showed that Kurchatov was right when he was saying that a nuclei is not a soldier, it's a worker. And this is why historically our power plant was and is still important. So we are not only preserving traditions, but we develop the knowledge base. We improve competences for every single nuclear worker around the world with permission of the Russian president and with support of the government. Obninsk Tech is being developed because it's an important starting point to shape the future of our planet, not only within the nuclear industry, but also without it. We have some serious things to be discussed, and I'm looking forward to it. We'll be talking about the history of global nuclear technologies and science. We will be talking about uh, what we're doing today, but most importantly, we will be discussing what's in the future, how to transform your dream into reality. Of course, this conversation should be between people of your age. And therefore, I'm so glad to invite Vadim Kuznetsov and Sakhaeva Mantaser, our two hosts. Vadim Kuznetsov, Center of International Programs, and ambassador and leader of Mega Sovet Sakheda Balkasev Admet Abutey, Russian nuclear education ambassador from MIPT. But before giving the floor to our two hosts, and we will have a remote speaker now, but before giving the floor to them, we need also to give the floor to the governor of the Kaluga region, Mr. Shabsha. Hello. Good afternoon, dear friends. Professor Likhachev, I'm one of thousands of your remote listeners. I'm here connected online, and I'm very glad to be next to you remotely, but really close to you. It's my hometown of Obninsk. Today, we celebrate the peaceful nuclear energy day, and is dedicated to the creation of the first nuclear power plant in Obninsk. In August, we will celebrate 80th anniversary of the nuclear industry in Russia. I congratulate all of you who work in this sphere. Obninsk is one of the atomic cities where key technologies for the industry are being created. And this year, Obninsk received an opportunity to extend its status as a scientific city up to 2040. We are developing the master plan of for the city. It's a university city, and youngsters from all around the world have an opportunity to receive high quality nuclear education. This is the idea that has been supported by the President Putin. And I would like to extend once again my gratitude to you, Professor Likhachev, for organizing this forum in Obninsk. I connected a bit earlier, and I heard that the energy is pumping in the room, and I'm a bit jealous, and I'm sorry that I'm not being able to be there in person to share this energy. And I'm very glad that the city moves forward and keeps its competitive advantages. It is well equipped to host the most important events in the industry. Thank you very much, Governor Shapsha, and the whole Kaluga region for your hospitality and partnership. And now, without further ado, let give the floor to our moderators. Vadim Kuznetsov, you need to step up, and master of MIPA, leader of Obninsk Tech Youngsters Council. Hello, everyone. We will continue in Russian. We are very glad to be here with you as moderators of this lecture. This is the first time we are here in Obninsk. The third time is a tradition. Therefore, we would like to seize this opportunity and give the floor to several international participants with their pre-recorded videos. And we would like to start with a pre-recorded video from IAEA Director General, Professor Rafael Grossi.
Russia's science city, where nuclear power was connected to the grid for the very first time. From that pioneering moment, nuclear energy has grown into one of the most important assets we have, fueling economies, driving innovation, and reducing carbon emissions. Your theme this year is a dream inspired by nuclear technology. And I am told there are 350 young people here today and 1 million joining online. And that's a lot of dreams. But I know that you are not just dreamers. Like me, you are doers. That is why you are here. So let's get moving. To double or even triple nuclear capacity by 2050, we need you, the new generation of engineers, scientists, communicators, lawyers, and leaders. Your creativity, your skills, and your ambition are not optional. They are essential. This forum is your space to collaborate, to learn, and to share. It will be you who will shape what comes next. You will be part of a small modular reactor opening new opportunities around the world. You will help advance safety culture and the way we secure nuclear material and facilities. As I said already last year, you are in the right place at the right time, and the IAEA is right there with you. Many of you will work with us. In nuclear, you can't avoid bumping into the IAEA because we are at the center of it. Maybe some of you will even decide to work directly for the agency, there are many opportunities to contribute to nuclear science in energy, in agriculture, and in health. Through the IAEA's Marie Sklodowska-Curie Fellowship, we are making it possible for more women to study nuclear subjects at the master's degree level. Throughout your career, the IAEA will be there to offer you opportunities of conferences, training, knowledge sharing, and a bit of fun as well. In closing, let me acknowledge your commitment and urge you to keep learning and living the dream inspired by nuclear technology. Thank you.
И мы, в свою очередь, благодарим
We thank so much the IAEA for many years of their support. We have the agency's representatives here offline, and they will deliver their presentations at breakout sessions. And now we would like to give the floor to another international partner, International Nuclear Association. We give the floor to the Director General, Sama Bilbao Eleone. Madam, the floor is yours. Hello, good morning.
It is an honor and a pleasure to join you for this third International Youth Nuclear Forum in Obninsk. I am sorry not to be able to join you in person in the historical city of Obninsk, a fascinating city that was the site of the first nuclear power plant to generate electricity for a power grid, which was launched in 1954. Furthermore, this year is particularly significant as we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Russian nuclear industry. But also, I think that this is a unique moment for the global nuclear industry. For the first time in quite a long time, the stars seem to be completely aligned because policymakers and financiers and large energy users and the media and the public and you, the youth, all of them recognize the essential role of nuclear energy if we are serious about addressing climate change and sustainability in a manner that is timely and cost-effective and equitable. In other words, nuclear energy will help to save the planet and the people that live in it for future generations, but without forgetting the people that lives here now. Thus, nuclear energy can help by providing abundant, affordable, 24/7 clean energy for everyone, everywhere, bringing prosperity, quality of life, socio-economic development, health, education, fresh water, nutritious food, well-paid and fulfilling jobs. Very exciting. So this is an urgent and hugely enormous challenge that cannot be solved by any one country, any one region, any one person. This is a problem that needs international cooperation, is absolutely essential. This is what World Nuclear Association and I are incredibly excited to contribute to the third International Youth Forum in Obninsk, because this forum will certainly contribute not only to the exchange of knowledge and information, but also to the formation of international teams that will shape the new future of international collaboration. Climate change, energy poverty, hunger, all these are multi-generational challenges. They are challenges that require the active engagement, the energy, the imagination, the ambition, the hard work of the current generation, for sure, but more importantly, of our youth, you, all of you. So I've been told that this year the forum is going to have lots of participants from over 70 countries that represent a diverse range of regions, including China, Bangladesh, India, Brazil, Egypt, Turkey, Vietnam, Rwanda, Thailand, Myanmar. Very exciting. And the audience includes high school and university students, young professionals, and also some people that are already in their careers. They are early career specialists. So World Nuclear Association fully supports such youth industry events, such as the International Youth Forum in Obninsk, because the nuclear industry youth, all of you, will determine the future of not only our industry, but also of humanity. So we really think World Nuclear Association, we expect that the industry youth will develop active international collaboration in new but very important areas for the industry, such as artificial intelligence and many, many new technologies, such as quantum technologies. So let me just close by, on behalf of World Nuclear Association and on my own behalf, I want to congratulate all of you, the participants of the forum this year, and I want to wish you not only to gain new knowledge and to have lots of inspiration for your further development, but also please make the most of this opportunity to find new friends, colleagues, as well as new ideas for joint projects that are going to benefit your countries and all of humanity. So thank you very much. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Global Nuclear Association. They've been supported our forum since day one, since 2023, and we hope next year we'll be able to see you in person. So let's start the lecturing part, and I would like to invite on stage the Director General of Rosatom, Professor Likhachov. Can you hear me? I hope you can. Cool. Let me say right away that we fully support our simultaneous interpreters. Their job is far from being an easy one. We will be talking about very different subjects. We will touch upon fundamental scientific questions. We will talk about history and modern technologies as well. And I hope that we will be able to fully convey the message, but also the formal part. So I'll try to speak slower, and I'm speaking under your control. So slow me down. Since it's a family setting, I tend to forget about our poor simultaneous interpreters. I hope that you pictured already the energy that was coming out from the governor, from Grossi, and from the Global Nuclear Association. And this code, because they are not only high level professionals, but they are very personally involved as well. They are very engaged, they are very committed, and this is what we are in the industry. And I hope colleagues will share my opinion. I will separate my lecture in several blocks. So history, modernity, future, technological leadership, and to diversify the topic, inside every block, we'll have a little summary of this block, and have some Q&A maybe, should the follow-up question will be required. Do not hesitate to cut me short, so we are not very formal here.
Можно прямо
Mr. Likhachov, if you don't mind, just to set some context and to help our international guests here who may not quite know the historical background of your presentation, can I give you a thought that you might elaborate on? So this year, hopefully, everybody knows that Russia is celebrating the 80th anniversary of its nuclear industry. Before Mr. Likhachev's speech, we've been discussing here 80 years. Is that a lot or not? What do you think? 80 years probably doesn't sound like much, but indeed it is a lot. Over these years, we've built the first nuclear reactor, the first nuclear power plant, we commissioned the first nuclear powered icebreaker. We've been developing the tokamak These are very significant achievements, and it's a history that inspires us. So probably 80 years ago, all this wasn't obvious, and the first successes were more of a surprise for the whole world rather than a logical continuation. Let's try to test this hypothesis with facts. So I just touched my very heart by saying we built the nuclear power plant. We built the tokamak. Indeed, you feel part of the Russian nuclear industry, and that's the highest evaluation of our work that there can be. Well, I've been studying here for 8 years already, and I've been involved in Russian science, and this science, well, belongs to everyone. So let's dive into history for a while. Let's start with the fundamental things. Just by the way, do you recognize the person on this photograph? That's Kurchatov. I thought this was some actor, the handsome looking actor, because we're used to seeing him a bearded man, an elderly bearded man. But in fact, all the creators of the nuclear project were young people. And that's one of the key takeaways, I think, from the first historical part of the lecture. That's indeed Igor Kurchatov. When the nuclear project was in full swing, in all films, including the recent film Atom in the 1940s, he reports to the country's leaders, an elderly man with a beard. So I think this is some poetic liberty taken by our cinematographers. So let's go into history for a while. For ages, humankind has been drawn to the stars, to faraway galaxies, but people were just as interested in figuring out how matter works and how the most basic, the most fundamental components of common things work. How common things work that are used in industry, like metals, various other materials. And ancient Greeks introduced the phenomenon of atom, which is translated from Greek as indivisible. If you want to see an oxymoron, we always talk about the structure of atoms, the complexity of atoms, about its constituents. But in fact, atom is not something structured. It should be indivisible. And the first corpuscular theories of the world viewed atom as something fundamental, as a brick, as something, the very foundation of matter. But in works of Mendeleev, the first works of Mendeleev showed that the atom is the defining element of matter, and its properties repeat depending on the properties depend on the weight of the nucleus. And probably the forerunner of atomic knowledge, of nuclear knowledge, was the Mendeleev table, which laid the foundation of material science in the most profound sense of the word. In late 19th century and early 20th century, Becquerel and the Curie family, first Nobel Prize winners, they started shaping modern ideas of elementary properties of radioactivity of the nucleus, and works emerged related to radium research and uranium, and new artificial radioactive elements appeared, such as radium and polonium. almost in parallel with that, within 1 or 2 years, Albert Einstein published his fundamental formula: E means equals mc squared, tying the delta of mass in a nuclear reaction with the release of a huge amount of radioactive energy, forecasting the energy, foreseeing the power that can be derived from controlled and uncontrolled nuclear reaction. And Rutherford, in his laboratory in the 1910s and 1920s, formed the first planetary model of the atom, the true milestone in the studying of true mecca of nuclear research. And Kapitsa Senior, and Yuri Hariton were among his favorite students, Rutherford's favorite students. And as for Russia and the Russian Empire, Vladimir Vernadsky, founder of Russian radiochemistry and the organizer of the first, founder of the first radiology laboratory with the Imperial Russian Academy of Sciences. And since the very first days of working on nuclear technology, nuclear competences, Russia has been in the top 3 or top 5 countries who kept up with this world nuclear movement. And in the first decades of the Soviet Union and Soviet Russia, we can say for sure that discoveries made by Russian and Soviet scientists complemented the large picture of practical application of nuclear knowledge. Rutherford admitted in the 1920s that their research was of very fundamental nature, that there was no understanding of the practical application of knowledge of this huge energy concentrated inside the atom. Together with the whole world, we moved forward, expanding our knowledge and our worldview. And probably the cradle of all the knowledge of the country, Petrograd, later Leningrad, and then St. Petersburg, the first laboratory which gave beginning to the St. Petersburg Physical Technical Institute, the first cyclotron, and first lithium nucleus fission experiment, and the first spontaneous fission of uranium nucleus. It was done in one of the in the deepest metro stations. That's the contribution of Soviet scientists to the first phase of knowledge, and this transfer from ideas and insights to practical applications in the interests of humankind. Those were the 1930s. The world was on the brink of the war. War was imminent in Europe, so key technology projects of the 1930s were aimed at creating nuclear weapons. First in Germany, then in the USA. There were military nuclear projects, almost copied, similar. Leading scientists of Germany reached out to Hitler, and Einstein was writing to the President of the United States about that the new super weapon can drastically change the balance of power and create an absolute advantage for one of the parties, for one of the sides. There's lots of information on the project, on Project Manhattan, available now, but those were indeed very powerful industry-backed projects for different reasons. For state anti-Semitism of the Hitler regime, the project didn't fly in Germany, but Project Manhattan, the United States project, was quite successful. Its progress is shown very good in Oppenheimer film. From the point of view of historical truth, I think The Oppenheimer film seems most credible, devoted to the first scientific leader of the project, Robert Oppenheimer, a man of very complex life. The result of Project Manhattan culminated in the explosions in Hiroshima and Nagasaki on the 6th and 9th of August in 1945. Let us watch two videos on this big screen. The results of a July experiment held in the United States, and you will be shown the historical footage of atomic bomb being deployed in Hiroshima. The film Oppenheimer shows vivid quotes from his books. Experiment Trinity, when American scientists realized that the project had been a success. Oppenheimer vividly describes their reaction. I'm quoting here, word for word. We realized that the project was a success. Some were laughing uncontrollably, some were weeping, but most people were silent. So, speaking of the 16th of July, 1945, Experiment Trinity, that was the threshold after which humankind realized that it possesses a weapon of unthinkable power. Well, we can see the way Americans made use of that power. Up to 100,000 people died instantly. 200,000 people died later in the next few months from radiation exposure, from burns. And most scientists agree, most historians agree that there was no military feasibility. It was just a demonstration of power to Japan, which was almost defeated by that time. It was a demonstration of power to the Allies. Everybody was well aware of the power of the Soviet Union, which had defeated the Hitler's coalition, and they had to demonstrate the power of nuclear weapons to the Soviet people. So they started coming up with a whole number of plans of delivering nuclear strikes against the Soviet Union. There's lots of information on that. Not all of it has been declassified, and the Soviet intelligence services put a lot of effort into researching the American nuclear project. But it was obvious for the leadership of the Soviet Union that in August 1945, a decision had to be made to create a counterbalance, a nuclear shield for the Soviet Union that would allow the Soviet Union to prevent the use of nuclear weapon against the USSR. In 1942, a decision was made to organize works on uranium enrichment, but those were the most difficult months and years for our country. Of course, the Kurchatov Institute, the laboratory number 2, was founded on the 12th of April, 1943. But back in 1942 and 43, we had to drive the fascist hordes away from Moscow. We had to unblock the siege of Leningrad. We had to defeat the Nazis in Stalingrad. And at the same time, we were working quietly with the nuclear knowledge. But in 1945, a decision was made to create a nuclear industry and a special committee with the government of the Soviet Union, with the Defense Committee. This indeed is the birthday of nuclear industry. August the 20th of 1945 is considered the birth date of the Soviet nuclear industry. So we're counting days till the 80th anniversary of this date. The special committee was tasked with creating an atomic bomb. The report was made to Stalin, signed by Lavrenti Beria, head of Recon Intelligence Services, and Kurchatov, 3 times hero of the socialist labor. 3 times 9 people awarded 3 times the title of hero of labor of the Soviet Union. No other industry had such a concentration of these awards. They had huge scientific potential, and they were very young back then. Look at their birth years. 1903, 1921. It's not difficult to calculate just how old they were in the 1940s, although many of them by that time had become major figures in industry. And of course, we always emphasize the role of special services and intelligence services in providing and gathering information for the project. The Soviet nuclear weapon was born as a response to a direct threat from the United States of America. We never forget that. We are proud of that. But what I need to point out, before the nuclear project was realized, back in 1947, our scientists, our industry workers addressed the leadership of the country, requesting permission to embark on a peaceful nuclear project. And this was the beginning of the Obninsk nuclear power plant, nuclear-powered icebreakers. And while we were second in nuclear weapons, we have always been the first in peaceful nuclear technology, and we have shared our knowledge and technologies with many countries: Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Finland, Germany. They all had Soviet-made nuclear reactors, and the Soviet Union opened doors for nuclear knowledge not only to its allies, members of the socialist bloc, but to other countries as well. And probably the final accord in this story was the December of 2007, the decision of the President of the Russian Federation on the creation of Rosatom State Nuclear Energy Corporation. There's a direct connection between this decision in August 1945 about creating the nuclear industry in those conditions. So the president made the decision to establish a modern structure, modern governance, and since 2007, the nuclear industry of the Russian Federation is completely immersed within Rosatom. And we do the military technology, we do the peaceful nuclear technology, and way beyond that. So this is the very brief historical outline of the first nuclear technology and the first nuclear projects in the Soviet Union. Yes, they were military, but the plethora of decisions that came after that were focused on peaceful use of nuclear energy, healthcare, space exploration, directly influencing the living standards of people across the world. Thank you. Thank you for this great and concise lecture on the historical background. Of course, we can't cover all the details, but we noticed that this is a very popular subject, and some questions probably have arisen. Can we have the microphone over there?
Hello, Professor. Hello to all forum participants. My name is Alina. I come from Kazakhstan. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this forum. As part of the CIS country, my question is the following. What do you think, what decisions made in early years of the USSR's nuclear problem preconditioned the leadership of Rosatom today? Okay, first and foremost, welcome you personally and Kazakhstan as well. Maybe not all of our international young friends know that before 1991, 15 republics, including Kazakhstan and other Middle Eastern republics, was part of one big country used to called the USSR. So these are not only Russian decisions; those were Kazakhstan decisions and Uzbek decisions and Kyrgyz decisions, because we lived in one big country. First competences to create a nuclear industry rooted back in those countries as well. Kazakhstan played an important part. We all remember that. Uh, it was the biggest, it is still the biggest in the world as far as uranium deposits are concerned. And Semipalatinsk polygon was located there. B370 reactor was created in Kazakhstan. So a lot of potential, nuclear potential in Kazakhstan. So the founding fathers, what was their power? E equals mc squared was widely known. Uranium can be divided. It was widely known. But the most important was to find technological solutions that would permit to manage this energy, which means to come up with a mechanism to extract thermal energy that would be first safe and second manageable. Talking about nuclear reactors, those first technological approaches born back between 1940 and 1950s are still in operation. So this was the fundamental step to define the technological landscape of the industry. Second, and we haven't done this yet, uh, we know what tokamak is because it's a Russian uh, abbreviation. It's the way to organize the reactor, and first tokamaks were built in the USSR, and the ITER project that is being implemented by international community in France. It's just the new face of tokamak, coined back in 1950s. And by opening this energy part of nuclear technologies, our predecessors started searching for not only energy application, but another field of application of knowledge. And I'm talking about radioform isotopes, use of radiation to sterilize uh, food products and healthcare products. First, space installations were used, like first nuclear batteries, let's put it in simple words. So the main idea, the main deed of our predecessors is to define the technological landscape of the future nuclear planet. Thank you so much for responding to that. And you built this bridge between past and present, and we need to keep time. Therefore, let's start the modernity. Talk a bit about technological leadership of Rosatom. In Russia, we say, and I hope they can translate it correctly, but it was a bit of a contrived coincidence. We'll start with an overview of Rosatom. Let me highlight that these figures, when we talk about revenue, like 3.3 trillion in revenues, and like taxes paid, and investments done, these figures relate to our open financial policy. These figures concern only civil part of Rosatom's activity. An overall number of our enterprises, 580 plus, more than 420,000 employees, huge amount of scientists, 70 countries of business operations, but in reality, we touch 100. And more than 60,000 of Rosatom employees are working abroad. 30% is very important to us. 1/3 of our employees are young professionals. Another third of our employees are between 30 and 50 years, and 1/3 of our employees are not veterans but seasoned specialists. And this unity of youth, of existing capacities, and of huge experience allows us to use our potential in the most efficient way. So, what's our purpose? Our purpose is to grow nuclear generation in our country. So, the today's share of nuclear generation is 20%. The president defined that in 2040s, this nuclear generation share should be doubled. And we have 15, 18 years to build more nuclear reactors than we have in Russia as well. We need to relaunch and update nuclear energy of the central Russia. We need to extend heavily the Ural region and to recreate Siberian and Russian Far East nuclear energy sectors. These are not just projections or a plan. It has been adopted as a document by the government. It's very important to highlight that we have 99% of our goods, works, and services that are domestically produced. It's an important part of our philosophy. We can build every project as an international one. We can build a turbine from Korea or France. We can use electrical devices from Korea or China. However, should the client requires, or should this project be located in Russia, we can use 99% of domestically produced parts. Of course, it is important to highlight that on top of these important and powerful parameters of nuclear generation, we are the biggest energy provider in Russia. We save every year 110 million CO2 emissions, thanks to the fact that nuclear energy is green and sustainable. We talk a lot about small modular nuclear generation. And if you follow international media, one may say that it is a hyped topic. So it's like an international competition, which reactor would be commissioned, which reactor would be presented as like a different topic of an article. We are now the only country where we have floating nuclear power plant, academician Lomonosov, in the permafrost conditions. It has been updated, and its capacity is not 70 but 100 megawatts. And we are building this small land-based nuclear power plant on the permafrost as well in Yakutia. We have acquired already this competence, and we are the only industry globally that has this competence and that keeps developing it. These products can be purchased by international companies as well. And the first export contract to sell small module nuclear generation plants outside of Russia belongs to Rosatom as well. Nuclear icebreakers should be mentioned as well. But in order to feel this topic, I would like to show you a short video. Just imagine the power, 60 megawatts, 12 little Obninsk power plants, and it has no steam, has no fumes, no dust, and months of operation without any recharging. Of course, this power, this green power, can and should be used in the Arctic because it's a fragile and vulnerable region. And our environmental responsibility is as big as it has ever been. Yes, we should guarantee the development of the economy and the logistic, but we should preserve the nature as well. There's no alternative to nuclear power in the Arctic because this responsibility that we bear as generation. So, record breaking cargo turnover in the USSR, 7 point, almost 7 uh, million tons. Last year, we transported 37.9 million tons via the Northern Sea route. And international transit is a big part of it. Our partners in Vietnam, in China, in India, and the Middle Eastern countries, the UAE, are very interested in developing of the northern sea routes. Another competence that we have recently acquired is the following. Yes, nuclear industry requires very high level of discipline because we've been working with hazardous nuclear waste, and we managed to do that. And now the country granted us the responsibility to work with grade one and two wastes. We liquidate the harm done over many years in Leningrad region on Krasny Bor industrial waste landfill, in Siberia, in the Russian Far East, 10 different heritage landfills where you have in the soil almost all elements of the Mendeleev table. And in many regions have special alerts. Chelyabinsk, Magnitogorsk will soon finalize our involvement in Krasny Bor, uh, Baikal, paper and pulp industry. We do everything in order to stop propagation. We built 7 eco parks across Russia, not only to liquidate heritage, but to convert in a real time grade one and two industrial waste into consumable physical and chemical elements to relaunch the cycle. So we are building the foundation of the circular economy. A couple of years ago, we had this interesting idea. Since we are generating energy, we may want to learn how to use it. And we started exploring energy storage. We started building competences in electrical vehicles. We are building 2 gigafactories to manufacture li-ion cells, both for industrial purposes and for civil purposes. So, uh, lithium enrichment, li-ion cell production, we manage this all within our framework. Our colleagues from Kamaz came to us because they have this project, Atom e-vehicle. They should be launched this year. And it belongs now to Rosatom, not only as far as the battery is concerned, not only as far as the engine is concerned, the conventor is concerned, but also when we talk about management systems. So Atom should be seen as a modern gadget, and the target audience is actually you, those of you who want to see in your car the extension of your digital life. So sooner or later, we will launch the best electric car for the youth. Computation systems and math modeling, forecasting the behavior of the charge were necessary competences from projects that were closed inside secret facilities. We converted into civil. Yes, digitalization was touched upon the sanctions, so it's clear now that we need to build up our own Russian industrial platform, bringing on board friendly countries from the Eurasian Union and the BRICS countries. So Rosatom owns now several dimensions: industrial software, Logos, Saros, integrated PLM platform, product lifecycle management, together with other vendors and developers from Russia. We are building a common integrated project because PLM is the basis of the basis for design and transfer into production of any complex piece of equipment. Data centers are the must, but we need to install our equipment there. We have another advantage as well. When we place it next to nuclear power plants, we can guarantee the high level of energy efficiency to the entire information infrastructure. You know for sure that one of the challenges related to digitalization and one of the modern data handling challenging is to grow exponentially the energy consumption. They are consuming more and more energy. So it's only a matter of logic to marry our digital competences with nuclear competences. I touched upon this topic already: nuclear medicine. I can spend hours talking about nuclear medicine. Our share is more than 30% of medical isotopes. So we are building here in Obninsk the biggest in Europe factory for radiopharmaceuticals. It will guarantee 100% sovereignty for Russian Federation and for our partners in nuclear medicine. Not only oncology, but cardiology cannot be discovered and treated without isotopes. We have a product range of medical equipment and devices. They've been proven amid the COVID-19 pandemics, and now amid the special military operation, they are in high demand as well. And very recently, we switched to the partnership with the MedScan, its network of medical centers, in order to build up full-fledged centers. We built the first nuclear medicine center in Rogachov's oncology center. Not only radiopharmaceuticals now, not only medical equipment, but we are building the entire health care service, which is a part of our technological leadership.
And I'd like to emphasize that in all these areas I mentioned, we most broadly involve and welcome partners from dozens of countries. Well, I could go on talking about many areas of technological sovereignty, be it composite materials, additive technologies, 3D printing, logistics in the North Maritime route, container cargo. A revenue of 3.5 billion does mean a lot, but that's obviously for our next lectures. Thank you. We have just completed another phase. We have shown today's face, the technological face of Rosatom State Corporation. Thank you very much. As our colleagues and friends may have seen, I see a young man raising a hand over there. Mr. Likhachov, dear guests, I'm very happy to see you all here. My name is Arman. I come from India, and I am graduating this year from the Institute of Physics and Technologies. What countries can join the North Maritime Road project? Well, India is already part of that project. We already have a work group together with Rosatom and Indian specialists that was confirmed by our leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. And when Mr. Putin invited Modi to the Atom Pavilion, and we were telling our Indian guest about the Northern Maritime Route, and a Russian student was telling him about that. And that's when Mr. Modi approved our joint project, and a work group has been working for a year, and we've been looking for cargo that is most conveniently transported from India to Europe, not via the long southern routes through all the straits where risks arise, regional risks arise. But we've been looking for cargoes that are most efficiently transported via the north. So India has joined the project, and we have an intergovernmental commission with China in this regard, headed by Minister of Transport of China, and on the Russian part, it is headed by yours truly. We have a joint venture with the United Arab Emirates. This joint venture expands container logistics because containers have their peculiarities during maritime transportation. And we are in talks with a number of countries on joint projects in shipbuilding. We have such a vast number of cargo ships, cargo vessels, I-certified cargo vessels, that our shipbuilding industry is just simply doesn't have the capacity. We're going to be building icebreakers in Russia, nuclear-powered icebreakers in Russia, but we're going to cooperate with a whole number of countries on building ice-certified vessels, be it oil cargo or dry cargo or container cargo. But thank you for the question. I think it's quite symbolic that it's you who is asking a question about the Northern Maritime Route, the Northern Sea Route. Thank you very much. This seems like an amazing strategy. Can we have one more question? I've seen a curly girl over there raising a hand. My name is Natalia Wino. I'm first-year student, major in nuclear healthcare. I come from Bolivia, where nuclear science is in its development phase. I have the following question: is Rosatom ready to share technologies with other countries, and what do other countries need for that? Just for that, you are Natalia from Bolivia, right? Well, amazing Russian language, by the way. And of course, Bolivia to us is an entry point in nuclear healthcare to the American continent, Latin America, and indeed, it's a very meaningful project. It's the first ever in Latin America. It's the highest, carried out at an altitude of 4,000 meters. And indeed, frankly speaking, it really takes some doing to keep working at an altitude like that. It is connected with our lithium projects in Bolivia, and we're grateful to the Bolivian government for their cooperation. We already have 2 modules in operation, research laboratories working, the pharmacies working, and radio medicines, radiopharmaceutical products are being made, and we're one step away from launching actually a nuclear reactor. for medical purposes. And this year, we plan to commission this project and start its commercial operation. And it won't be purely Bolivian center of nuclear medicine. It's going to be of continental scale. And I'm sure you are among the specialists who are looking forward to the commissioning of the project. And when you come home, please say hi to Hortensia Jimenez, head of the project. Our best regards to her. Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Rosatom is in India, in Latin America, and in the United Arab Emirates. State-of-the-art technology, and Rosatom is always seen as the industry and global leader in the scale of its international projects. Can you please tell us more about Rosatom's international ventures? Well, we're all grown-ups here. Let's face it. We're moving on to another premeditated project titled Global Cooperation. All our areas of global cooperation are extremely inspiring to me. There is no insignificant project. All of them are fundamentally important, both for our country and for the world nuclear community, and for the people at Rosatom, and for me personally. May I say personally that international cooperation has that extra touch of inspiration to it. Let me try to convey that idea. Indeed, what dry numbers say, statistics of import and export operations in the nuclear center. From the point of view of mineral resources, Russia is the second biggest after Kazakhstan. And we've been very efficient in working with our Kazakhstan partners, sharing the best technologies, jointly producing and extracting uranium. And we have decades of contacts behind us. From the point of view of uranium production and extraction, here we're switching between the third and second place, but we are completely self-sufficient in uranium raw materials for our own energy and for fuel supplies that we do on our contracts, international contracts. From the point of view of uranium enrichment, it's an object of envy for many developed countries. 40% of uranium enrichment facilities are in the Russian Federation, and we provide nuclear fuel to all Soviet or Russian reactors, our own and those that we have supplied. That's a matter of fierce competition. A whole number of countries, not always fairly, try to push us out of this market. We respond in two ways. We increase our quality. We increase the quality of fuel that we supply, and naturally enough, we come to markets of Western design reactors. Probably young people here experienced in that. They know that TVS square. Our fuel pellets are hexagonal, and Western fuel pellets are square. So the TVS square, we are pushing into that as well, and we're pushing on them in terms of quality. But of course, in overall count, we are on the first place. And as for nuclear reactor exports, of course, there are many of them built across the world. China has been building nuclear reactors very actively, and the United States is rethinking its nuclear programs and projects, and so does the UK, so does France. But in terms of exports, of international supplies, we're currently working on 27 projects. 2 of them belong to Great Britain, 1 is in Pakistan, and the remaining 24 export reactors are being built by Rosatom. So the share of world exports, 24 out of 27, not difficult to calculate in percent. And now to small nuclear power plants. A bit overheated topic in my view, but you as future specialists must realize that this is a very important area of expertise, but small reactors will have their own time and place. They are there for targeted solutions, locations where it's difficult to build a grid, where one needs to concentrate around a certain production facility, away from production centers and away from grids. This is why they're actively used on the North Sea route and in Yakutia. In this regard, we have signed the first export contract to supply small capacity nuclear power plants to Uzbekistan. The configuration there is slightly different, blending large and small nuclear reactors in a very curious approach. We have a contract for 6 reactors. The first 2 of them have already been commissioned. It's the only export contract for small modular reactors on the planet Earth. And before I move on to the topic of meanings and conclusions regarding our export contracts and export operations, let me show you a video. Nuclear power plant is going to make a unique contribution to our energy security. This is indeed a great event that we're witnessing, representing a brilliant new page in the cooperation between Egypt and the Russian Federation. Our country today is becoming a nuclear power. Russia is ready to strengthen the technological sovereignty of its partners in the field of energy, shaping full-scale energy and supply chains. This is how we are developing our peaceful nuclear cooperation. When Rosatom stations are built internationally, while at the same time local workforce is being trained and educated, managers, engineers, and workers. Essentially, we don't just build a nuclear power plant. As they say in Rosatom, for our partners, we create a whole industry, a new energy industry. It's very important to understand the following. You have seen the world leaders, people who are known across the planet, whose opinions are listened to, and you see how proud they are when they talk about that their countries are about to receive nuclear power plants, that their countries, their nations enter this huge world club of nuclear energy. Those are persons of great influence, true politicians, but with even greater excitement, we see people in regions where we come to. I've been working in Rosatom for quite a long time, and I remember our first visit to the construction site in Egypt when it was a green field. I remember our first visit to a construction site in Turkey when they started working in Bangladesh. And I can say that there's a certain degree of worry, there's a certain degree of cautiousness and wariness. People have heard a lot about nuclear disasters. And we suggest to work on this together. First, we study what we're about to build. Then we work together on preparing the construction site. Then we build the station together. You send your children over to Russia to study nuclear technology or any other technology that may come in handy when building and operating a nuclear power plant. So those regions that we have come to, be it Bangladesh or Egypt or Turkey, mostly those are, well, provincial regions, not very developed. Back then, I mean. And these days, they are state-of-the-art industry clusters. And people in those regions are very proud to say that they are the first in the country to commission, or soon to commission, the atomic candle, the light, the atomic candle. And the most ardent supporters of nuclear energy on the planet are people who live around our new nuclear objects in other countries. See? Where do you come from? I come from Alexandria. That's about 150 or 200 kilometers away from nuclear power plant. And indeed, just last February, we were there at the El Dabaa site. The scale of the construction project is enormous, and I was very happy. I was excited to see this huge reactor, the first not only in Egypt but in the entire region. If I may ask you a question, how does Rosatom manage to maintain control over such complex projects in different countries? See, for me to tell you how we organize nuclear construction projects, that will take me about 3 hours, because it's a very streamlined, highly organized metrics system of governance that culminates on my personality. But this governance system is, well, the foundation of this system is people at the construction site, be it welders or builders, and it is based on complete transparency, control, and quick response in critical situations if for any reason there is a glitch in the construction process. And there are many reasons for that. First, we had the COVID pandemic that disrupted the entire world logistics. Then there was the economic crisis that boosted prices. And then there's the special military operation with disrupted supply chains, disrupted transport, logistics, and world financial settlements. But still, we haven't stopped a single project. They all push forward, not without problems, but still according to plan. Let me tell you two main things that we have here. First of all, what President Putin has been talking about. That means maximum involvement of our partners, of our friends, the entire cycle of preparing the construction site, the building competences, commissioning, workforce training, executive training, regulatory bodies training, because there has to be a regulating body that will be in charge of standards and so on. It's indeed building a whole new industry, and this work is underpinned by this work with institutes, universities in Russia, the Moscow International Physical Institute, which is our basic institute where we train young talent. We do this all together, and we involve the leadership of the country as much as possible.
All presidents, President Sisi included, to whom I report personally, knows every single detail of the construction project. Erdogan knows every single detail about plant construction. Lukashenko listened to my report, and he acted a bit as my father-in-law, and he struck me with his attention. Let's put it this way. Putin is aware about both our international and domestic projects, so this involvement is important. And we have this motto: we build for you just as we would build for us. So I have the same level of involvement and engagement, me and my minus ones and my minus twos have the same level of attention to both domestic and international constructions. And we have this attitude towards them as we have the attitude towards our kids. And we don't have one favorite kid. We love them all. And we are involved in domestic power plants on the same level as we are involved with international power plants. So it's a synergy between this brotherhood and full industrial mobilization of our Russian capacities. I cannot say that we encounter no issues. That's not possible in our world. But mark my words, all international constructions are successful, save for Finland, because they opt for it and then they decided against, but they made up their minds. And we started talking about this. Let me sum this up. People sitting in the room and people watching us online may not think about it. We always try to anticipate what the future brings. And I'm always thinking, what would I say to my kids and to my grandkids? And should the health be on our side, what would we tell to our grandkids when they're gonna ask us, "What have you done? What did you do?" I was going to my office. I was traveling for business. Those answers are not wouldn't be legit. But when we create the new nuclear industry, when we build first power plants in different countries, we change the technological landscape and we change lives of people. We help our dear friends from Egypt, from Turkey, from Bangladesh, from Bolivia. Of course, we assist our long time partners like India and China and Belarus to complete this technological breakthrough. Despite all challenges, I always recall Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan had this very difficult path towards creating its first power plant. They held even a referendum. President Takayev organized the awareness campaign, and the people have spoken largely in favor. Then they opened up an international competition, and it was very transparent. And President Takayev met leaders from China, France, Korea, and of course Russia. And only after that, the management of the country decided that Rosatom would lead it. But what's important, the technological base is Russian. The components can come from different countries, of course, because the client is king. But the technology, the cutting-edge technology, comes from technologies come from Russia. Uzbekistan is our lovely partner. We cooperate with their Academy of Science, and they want to build a green technological cluster, bringing together large and small nuclear generation. So large nuclear generation will satisfy major demand, and small nuclear generation will create this flexibility in order to respond to peak consumption, and their infrastructure will be common. Was a very wise Uzbeki decision. They can vary their generation capacities, but they're going to save costs as far as their back office technologies are concerned, which means they will have technologies that could and will be used for both small and larger generation. And I thank the dean of MIFID, because several years ago they opened their subsidiaries there, and there are kids who graduated already there, local kids. So we did this right. When we're going to launch plans there, they would have hands not only trained here in Russia, but they would be trained locally, and they will have this talent pool of very competent, of very knowledgeable people who have not only theoretical knowledge but practical competence as well. Thank you very much for your attention. So you covered not only the construction site in Egypt, but you brought this overview of all international projects, and we were happy enough to visit it. So we spent 90 minutes on a bus to go from one frontier to another frontier. Let's wrap up by looking in the future. Let's do it. Okay, now it works. Talking about the future, it's a double-edged sword. The future is, because you can daydream and then life will show. But what's the nuance as far as nuclear industry is concerned? The nuance is that our life cycle is very long. Starting from the intergovernment agreements signed till the very first kilowatt is delivered, tens of years can pass because a lot of requirements in terms of safety and security. Nuclear planning is measured in tens and dozens of years. So I could have flown like an eagle in my dreams about future. Because when we talk 20 to 30 years from here, it's not even future to us. These are very tangible projects that should exist on paper, in money, and technologically. The most important component of the future to us is the generation for nuclear power systems. Grossi mentioned that, Sama mentioned that as well. So the overall consensus has been reached about the fourth generation. This cycle should be closed, should be circular. When we recycle multiple times between fast neutron reactors and thermal, aka slow reactors, that account for the majority of the reactors fleet. So conventional reactors complement fast reactors. This is what it looks like. Different isotopes are used. On top of that, especially in thermal reactors, we have long living minor octanids, which are the most hazardous waste of the nuclear cycle, with tens of thousands of years of half life. And we did know what to do with them. We were able to use the landfills. And now we have the technology to do the follow up burning of these octanides as part of the regenerated fuel based on the old conventional thermal reactors fuel waste. And in Seversk, in the Tomsk region, the so-called Prarif project is doing exactly this. We are building our fourth generation reactor, Brest, 300 megawatts on capacity, and the necessary accessories of the reprocessing, fabrication and refabrication modules, and recycling module, of course, as well. So the refabrication and fabrication model has been already commissioned, and in 2028 we expect that the fast reactor will be launched. So this is it has been proven technologically and industrially. It's a confirmation not of a hypothesis or idea. It's the confirmation or approval rather of the fourth generation technology. So after 300 megawatt capacity, we will be able to implement certain gigawatts on potassium, and we will create not only the site but the full circular fuel energy system inside the all Russian energy system. In the current future scheme design, we have these reactors in 2035, 20, or rather 2035, yeah, 2036, 2039. So we will convert this thermal generation product range into this family between conventional and fast neutrons. It is a part of the development plan. On top of that, of course, we will invite partners from other countries to participate in this development, and we, of course, will be selling it abroad. So this is the tomorrow of the nuclear energy. It will help us cut dramatically the uranium production. We would be able to work for thousands and thousands of years using only discovered uranium deposits. So it's going to not only change the environment, but also the economy of the project. The construction of the Brest 300 megawatt reactor, uh, its construction excludes the non-design basis accident or the off-design accident, because the reactor would be shut down automatically in case of the disappearance of the fusion reaction. So looking further into the future, fusion energy, of course, to lighten up this artificial site on the Earth, and they came up with this principle to retain plasma inside the magnetic field. This is what they came up with, and there are a lot of projects that do it, both in Russia and internationally. But for time being, we are far to reach this final step to have this long lasting thermonuclear reaction with uh, positive uh, coefficient, with positive performance coefficient, of course. So as for time being, this installation consumes more energy than it produces. So I think it's going to be to your generation to roll out thermal nuclear uh, power plants as an industrial generic competence of common use. One cannot speak about deep space exploration without speaking about nuclear energy. Our spacecrafts fly, and the US spacecrafts fly using so called nuclear batteries. Uh, with fusion components, we shipped these components to China, and a Chinese lunar program relies partially on our fuel cells for electricity and thermal equipment. What future brings to us? Three main topics. Uh, we need to build nuclear power plants on the moon. So probably we're going to do it together with our Chinese partners. Roscosmos the Russian Space Agency formulates the parameters of this moon power plant. They should be 10 megawatts in capacity and 10 years without. And the weight should not exceed 1,000 kilograms. That's the crucial point. $1.2 tons max, because they have to bring it to the Luna. It was very easy to build a plant in Obninsk, but you need to build something that could be that should be lifted by 10 adults. Second topic, we need to build up a very powerful rocket engine of several megawatts. No one ever did this on Earth, but those engines should allow us to reach necessary velocities on the Earth's our orbits and start traveling across the solar system. I will not dwell upon this. It's clear what to do with the reactor, but with the turbine, we need to define the principle. Should we have rotational parts on it, or there will be a direct transformation between the nuclear energy to the thermal energy? Kurchatov Institute is engaged. MEFI would be on board 100%. It's an inspirational topic, and I think that some of you would like to dedicate your time and life to space exploration. On top of that, we are researching plasma engines in order to bring kinetic engine. Plasma installations should allow us to do this, to have parameters that would be, in terms of torque and power, much stronger than existing energy producing installations. So, for space, near space, very interesting and very future oriented topic. On top of that, I would like to say that our closest competitors do not have solutions that are now available for Russia. Of course, we will be mesmerized not only by deep space, but by quantum technologies as well, photons, and so on and so forth, to ensure necessary level of computation to build up this really new industry. They are a must. As far as quantum is concerned, we are inside the Rutherford's laboratory. We know how to retain qubit, what to do with qubits, how to create a simulator of quantum computing. But the real life application, the how to put it to the service of humanity, this question is yet to be resolved. We really hope that quantum would remain peaceful. So we should not menace anyone with quantum. And we see that some countries try to use this quantum power in order to solve their wrongful tasks. We should become quantum leaders. And in order to do that, we need to gain a little bit better in terms of understanding of quantum and wave theory.
I could go on for a long time talking about future developments and areas of interest and areas we haven't recognized yet, even on the fundamental level, but we're running out of time, and I'd like to say that all the topics I've covered are extremely important, crucial even, but none of them will ever be possible without you, people. Working with people, we always put that in the center at Rosatom. It's true for those who are already with us, who have joined us. It's for people and young people and residents of our areas of operation. It's a whole number of areas on the federal level that we have spearheaded, establishing new education centers, shaping new communities, bringing forward and conveying through universities our ideology and our knowledge to the maximum number of people possible. And we have our own agenda on the international level, and its key focus is working with young people. You have seen the respect that the Director General of IAEA shows to Russia's nuclear industry. Trust me, we haven't broken any ties practically with the nuclear company in any countries. However, whatever storms might be boiling, political or military, so far most of our contacts, an absolute majority of our contacts within the world's nuclear family retain. And we do our best to stay useful and meaningful and valuable to each other. The Obninsk Tech project plays an important role in this effort, and so does this conference. And I'm sure that over this summer, together with the governor of the region, Mr. Shapsha, together with head of principal of MIFI, Shevchenko, along with the Ministry of Education, we will take extra effort to create the world atomic mecca, the center of the world's nuclear education. We'll try to expedite that. Our goal is to stay on track and to move even faster towards establishing the most attractive, the most respected center of excellence for nuclear talent on the planet. Thank you very much for this conversation. And I just can't help but show you an emotional video. I guess I'm already 10 minutes behind schedule, but if we could just devote 1 minute.
Сделать мир лучше нам по силам, сильнее Росатом, сильнее Россия. Пусть верит в победе, к вершине идти, а друзьями уже ты богат. Мы в единой команде, на шаг впереди, отвечаем за результат. Пусть верит в победе, к вершине идти, а друзьями уже ты богат. Мы в единой команде, на шаг впереди, отвечаем за результат. Будь уверен в победе, к вершине иди, а друзьями уже ты богат. Мы в единой команде, на шаг впереди, отвечаем за результат. Мы в единой команде, на шаг впереди, отвечаем за результат.
History proves that breakthrough achievements in an area as complicated as nuclear energy are never happen by chance. They are backed by engineering and research schools, systemic effort by dozens of enterprises and thousands of people, quality education and talent training systems. Today's dynamic development of Russia's nuclear complex, the prestige, the newfound prestige of this work proves that Russia has this potential, and we will consistently strengthen it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Likhachov. We're confident, and the response from the audience shows that the way you're talking about the present and future of the industry not only makes us proud, makes proud those who host those construction projects in their countries, it gives all young people here an idea that there is an area where they can put their efforts to good use. Unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&A, but there's one comment that Sahaila would like to voice here. Mr. Likhachov, we would like to propose an initiative to announce today, the 26th of June, the International Day of Peaceful Atom. What do you think of this? Yes, indeed. I think it's a very important topic. As the governor here said, that it's the regional date, it's a memorable date regionally. In Russia, we have the Day of the Nuclear Industry, the Day of Workers of Nuclear Industry, 28th of September and the 20th of August. But indeed, the 26th of June, the birthday of peaceful atom on the planet. Yes, we could try and make this an international event. That will take a lot of effort, and we will support. I think we will support that. We'll have to work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and with our international partners. And I hope we secure the support of the President of the Russian Federation. And I guess we'll have to push this through the UN agenda. There's no way of doing that, no other way of doing that. Because an international event like that should be vetted by the main international organization on our planet. Thank you personally for this initiative, and thanks to the Mega Council. And I think, yes, we'll discuss that initiative in detail. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a whole number of events in front of us, the Mega Council, and we're just days away from the convention, the student convention. And of course, there are a lot of other events as well within the main program of our forum and on its margins. Most of all, I wish you to stay in good spirits. I hope all of you are past your university exams, just to get that out of the way. Congratulations to those who are already there, and best of luck to those who have yet exams to pass. And thank you for being with us in this great effort. Thank you for being with us at this lecture. Indeed, let me finish with what I started with. It's very easy to forecast the future. Indeed, we could come up with different ideas for times yet to come, whether I was right or wrong today. But with all different scenarios of the future, there is one fact that's 100% guaranteed. I've said that several times. I'm 100% sure that sooner or later your generation will replace ours. That's sure to happen. And I guess nobody ever gets to doubt that or to question that. And since this is the fact, when you come to replace us, you will have to be more educated, better organized. You will have to be more professional. And I'm talking to my fellow Russians here, but that is true for our international friends, of course. And we have to love our homeland more, otherwise there will be no progress on Earth. So, to make sure that progress does take place, you will have to be better than us. And we will do our best to create all the conditions for you to do just that. Thank you.
Спасибо. Ну, мы увидимся еще сегодня. Вы там тоже.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Likhachov. Thank you to our moderators. Thanks, Vadim, Sahaila, for this session. We will continue in just a couple seconds with the next session. And thank you for your questions. We are continuing our event. We're continuing this session. We will have a break only later. So we hope to see you again when we begin the next session. And we will be talking about dreams. That's a topic we touched upon in the beginning. But this is not the break yet. We are continuing in a matter of seconds. The speakers are already there. Don't rush out of this hall. We will continue in a couple of seconds. Thank you for understanding.
It's going to be a little bit later, so we're going to continue in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Мы затронем тему...
I will touch upon the topic of dreams. Dreams made true by scientists across all these decades.
For the last more than 80 years, starting from the invention of the nuclear power. Алексей Евгеньевич эту тему затрагивал.
Mr. Likhachev talked about that in his speech. My friends already said that we're about to begin. So nuclear technology is not only about energy, it's actively used in healthcare and transport and agriculture. Mr. Likhachev talked about that. And we're going to get back to it. Please come back to the audience. So every use of nuclear energy is backed by cooperation, and any initiative, of course, is tied to the state, to the business community, to universities, business partners. They all contribute to the development of business of the nuclear industry. And the Obninsk Tech project is a bright example of such center of gravity for teachers, students, business people from across the world. It's not just an education center, it's a platform to launch one's career and be included in the world's nuclear processes. So right now, we're going to move on to our next section.
Our speakers are more than ready to come up here on the stage, and you're more... we are more than welcome for you to come back to the forum. Thank you so much for your understanding. We're just gonna wait for you to come back because that's the main reason for us to be here is to participate in the information that's gonna be coming up from this stage. И, друзья, возвращайтесь, конечно же, в зал, потому что основная причина всего этого...
Of course, the main reason of this forum, of this broadcast, we welcome all our online viewers from 70 countries, over 2,000 people from universities and institutes across the world. Please don't miss out. So every iota of information coming from this stage is worth its weight in whatever element of the periodic table.
Я быстренько расскажу, о чем сейчас пойдет речь. Обнинск Тех, партнерство с...
Now, let me tell you briefly about the partnership we're going to talk about. Obninsk Tech. Participants will discuss the opportunities opened by Obninsk Tech from young specialists in the nuclear industry from the local level to the global level, benefits of participating in Russian projects for international students, and career opportunities. This and much more will be discussed on this stage. We are in final preparations now.
On this stage. Если у нас все готово, дайте мне какой-нибудь знак. Хорошо, тогда мы готовы начинать.
So now we are ready to begin, and after this session, we're going to have a lunch break in the next room, where there was a coffee break.
Session, a full time scale lunch break for 40 minutes after this session. We're gonna have 2 points over here in this room where we had a coffee break at the very beginning, and across the hall on this floor, across the hall is gonna be the second one. So enough for everyone, so we don't have lines of people. I know you're gonna get hungry in about an hour. So be ready for this one. And we have plenty of seats. We have plenty of seats right there in the center, on the sides. So please come back where you're more than welcome. And as soon as everyone will take their seats, we're ready to start our second session. Как только все займут места,
We'll be ready to start our next session. It's titled Obninsk Tech, a partnership that creates opportunities. All the speakers and moderators are about to take the stage, and then we'll take the atomic quiz. The top 10 correct answers will be rewarded with invitations to the key nuclear event of 2025, the Moscow Atomic Week, in September this autumn. So looking forward to this event. We're going to use QR codes to provide answers, but that will happen later in the evening. So all hail common sense. Hugs and kisses to everyone entering the audience right now. It's +5 to your karma, +10 even.
It's coming back to the hall, +10 to your karma. Welcome. Take your seats right there. There's a lot of seats in the center and on the sides. And we're ready to begin because the topic that we're going to talk about, it's about you, actually. It's about the students. It's about the Obninsk Tech. It's about the technology. It's about you building a future. And it's about the platform, the technical platform, the Obninsk Tech, that is working with the youth from all over the world. So I guess this topic should be and might be, gotta be more than exciting and interesting for each and one of you here. Поэтому та тема, которую мы будем затрагивать, Obninsk Tech.
So the topic we're going to develop on, Obninsk Tech as the starting platform, the springboard for young talent across the world, is a very important and exciting topic for everyone. We're ready to begin, and I'm inviting on this stage. If you're ready, let me know. We're beginning in just a couple of minutes.
Так, друзья, мы начинаем.
We will start our second session. It's my great pleasure to invite here on stage to kick off our discussion, our moderation, head of Obninsk Tech Project, Madam Anastasia Minina. Give you a big hand. And head of project office of Obninsk Tech Miao Mifi, Tatiana Osipova. Tatiana, Anastasia, you have the floor. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to start this new session of the Third International Youth Nuclear Forum Obninsk New. And this session will be dedicated to Obninsk Tech, our major project. And the name of the session is Obninsk Tech Partnership Creating Opportunities. And it's my great pleasure today to welcome on stage our fantastic speakers and experts. Andrei Blinov, Deputy Director General of the Russian Science Foundation. Maria Butina, Deputy of the State Duma of the Russian Federation. Tatiana Leonova, Vice Governor of the Kaluga region. Victoria Karslieva, Deputy Executive Officer, Gorchakov Foundation, Executive Director, Primakov Center for Foreign Policy Cooperation. Hello. Thank you, esteemed guests. Obninsk Tech is an integrator of Russian nuclear education to promote it internationally. And one of the biggest tasks that we would like to discuss with our colleagues and partners is the following: how to create more opportunities, attract more international youngsters in nuclear and adjacent fields. The project has been created in order to bring together best efforts of international and Russian higher educational establishment and to promote together educational products internationally. It's not possible without the necessary infrastructure. The nuclei of Obninsk Tech is Obninsk. It wouldn't be possible without this concentration of scientific potential that exists here in Obninsk. When we're talking about partnership, we first and foremost talk about institutes and institutions located here: Physics and Energy Institute, Physics and Chemical Institute, Medical Radiology Center, Institute of Radiology and Agro Ecology here in Kurchatov Center. And our students and our professors, thanks to them, basically all participants of the Obninsk Tech educational projects can have their internships. On top of that, we are today in the Technical Academy of Rosatom, where we forge personnel for Russian and international Rosatom's projects. The nuclei itself, the central campus, exists already and being rebuilt as we speak in the National Nuclear Research Institute, in the biggest subsidiary of MIFI here in Obninsk. It's a new attraction point that every year, I'm deeply convinced, would attract more and more of youngsters from all around the world. The project existed for more than 3 years, and every year we have more and more participants, and we have more events as well. Monday, we launched this big project called Summer Nuclear University. And we have here in the room students from all major universities of Russia and abroad, as well as international professors who came here. And they are responsible to educate students in their countries. And they will be working in the nuclear field or any of adjacent fields. During the opening, the deputy Maria Butina was there, And Maria, thank you very much for coming once again. I would like to give the floor to you once again. The legislative part and the State Duma, what do they do in order to support international students and international specialists? Thank you very much for your question. Frankly speaking, the Mr. Likhachev's idea was amazing. June 26th to create the UN Peaceful Atom Day. So my main track is the International Affairs Committee of the Duma, and we cooperate with international organizations and including the UN. It's a very relevant initiative, just as all initiatives that are born here in the Kaluga region. So they have this product that allows to bring best ideas to life. Governor Shapsha and his management creates this momentum for new fantastic ideas, and I'm ready to do my best in order to make it a reality. Thank you very much. uh, I remember coming for the very first time when I came here about this topic to bring international specialists, high skilled specialists, as well as international students in Russia. We had this strategic session altogether in Kaluga, and you gave me this hint of this fantastic experience at Rasatom. Rasatom has the best developed program among all state-owned corporations to bring and to adapt international students. Thank you very much because you opened this word for me. On my side, I would like to contribute as well. I saw draft legislations that we have now dedicated to international students. It's a part of International Affairs Committee responsibility because we are in charge of approval of our budget to bring international students under the auspices of Россотрудничество and the Ministry of Education. And you, all of you, or at least some of you, are the consumers of these services. Very recently, I know that you heard about this presidential decree. By 2030, we should have, we should reach 500,000 students here in Russia. And the State Duma did its homework and made several friendly steps towards international students. For instance, in 2023, we simplified the entry procedure for international students into Russia. And Migration Service took a decision to simplify migration documents establishment and gave the right to the universities to produce the paperwork. It was very relevant during the COVID-19 and it remains very. I'm the representative of the Kirov region, and in Vyatsk State University, it was a pivotal moment during COVID-19 pandemic, and we overcame this challenge to took the workload out of local migration offices. Second thing, the government will provide subsidies, quotas, not only for education, but also subsidies that would, under certain conditions, you should show high ranks and file your application to receive additional payments to cover your accommodation and travel expenditures. This has been done in order to attract new international students to Russia. But the fifth part is the most important. Peaceful Atom is amazing. And Russia is ranked, or rather, the MIFI University is ranked among top 5 best universities in nuclear field. But we need to learn how to promote ourselves. And we all have this, a cell phone. In your cell phone, you have different social media. And of course, you post stuff and you talk to your friends about what do you do. I know I'm eating my sushi and sushi is eating are eating me. It was just a joke. We keep telling about what our life looks like. And Tatiana recommended foreign bloggers to work with you. Uh, they are made of flesh and bones, just as we are. And they came to Russia from other countries and they speak about uh, what about this beautiful life in Russia. And they trained you how to uh, create interviews, how to create short videos, how to use AI. Three bloggers worked with you, right? And I'm very much looking forward to seeing the results because tomorrow we will have this project defense session. And for the future, I would hope that MIFI would act systematically in this field. We raised the bar enormously, and we said that we want to be the center of this International Peace Atom Day initiative. So you will have to not only inform your local and domestic diplomats, but you will have, it's your obligation to promote this initiative in your social networks. Uh, Conventional diplomats really need your hand. So we explained to you what should be done, and I really hope that you will keep the ball rolling. Thank you very much for your participation, and thanks for working with our attendees. I would like to say that we are extremely lucky. Uh, this high level project wouldn't be possible without the region's support, without the governor, the entire team, and Tatiana Leonova as well. And I would like to give the floor to you, Tatiana. Uh, what does the region want in it? Thank you very much. Uh, our governor today inspired us with his short speech, and he asked this very important question: when we will be asked by future generation, uh, what would you answer? What did the region do in order to bring people from all around the world here? What does Obninsk have to attract, to tease people like you for the third time, to bring for the very first time, third time here? If the governor is personally involved in the process, because seriously speaking, we clearly understand that future is the only way. People who will come and reside in the region would be able to repeat past projects. And past project was not only about nuclear power. We are talking about the Kaluga economic miracle. It used to have this tiny fraction of industry in its economy pie, and now it's among the best regions of Russia in terms of industrial capacities. Professor Likhachov mentioned that it's easy to daydream, but you need to daydream. You need to dream and you need to visualize your dreams. You need to think about things that you would love to see in the future. We are discussing Obninsk Tech today. Yes, we're talking about the campus, we're talking about the infrastructure, we're talking about the city of Obninsk, which is very uh, green and opened towards cooperation. Obninsk right now has become a home for many international students, but it's very important to keep shaping the future. What streets should look like, what public spaces should look like, what should be done in order to keep attracting youngsters from around the globe. Obninsk should be interested. Obninsk should be interested to stay in and to study in and to settle in. Because students will go towards a city when the city has someone who know how to educate, who know how to make them discover new stuff. So our today's goal, in order to guarantee the regional development, to guarantee the city's development, is to keep dreaming. And we're really looking forward to receiving your feedback. Every year, I keep collecting all little messages that you send me. Year one, I remember, you don't have enough cafeteria. Next year, I received this paper that you don't have enough public spaces. And I'm looking forward to receiving your feedback of 2025. The master plan for Obninsk is being developed, and we are developing it together with Rosatom and MEFI. But I hope that students from other universities who are part of this big Rosatom family to give us your recommendations and your aspirations, because we are building our future common house and home. We are building this future university that should be comfortable and interesting, where fantastic problems are solved. Because today we need to review the professor's role as well. AI knows how to solve stuff. You can upload an avatar that would give you a lecture on different language. But how to train prompters today and AI testers today, because they need to understand that everything they do should be 100% peaceful. And everything they do, everything they touch should contribute to the long life of the humankind. So wish you all the best. Good luck at Obninsk New. I'm very much looking for your support in building Obninsk Tech. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tatiana, very much indeed. And one should not forget that we are moving education forward. That's one thing, the best education in the world. But we should factor in science. Education should be based on science, full stop. And we have with us Andrei Blinov, Deputy Director General of the Russian Science Foundation. Would you please be so kind to talk about opportunities provided by the Russian Science Foundation to international students and experts? And how would you cooperate with our project to promote nuclear education abroad? Thank you very much indeed, colleagues. Good afternoon. Yes, I represent the Russian Science Foundation, and I promote this grant finance system and the competition system of scientific research. To me, it's an efficient tool to support scientific initiatives. Why? Because competition, financing, grants have an opportunity to the scientists to implement their ideas, so they can come up freely with the topic, with the project name, but they can design their studies arbitrary. And this is exactly where the opportunity lies, where we can implement what we are talking about today: how to attract youth, how to attract our international colleagues and youngsters to the implementation of the project.
Our foundation and the Russian Science Foundation provides several such opportunities. Regular contests where any young scientist can apply as project manager, as head of project, or as project contractor. We have no limitations regarding citizenship or gender or age or science degrees, any other limitations whatsoever. Basically, any researcher working or studying in Russia can become part of a project financed by our grant. We have several examples, many examples, in fact. For example, our colleague from India came to Russia, received our grant, started working here, brought his wife over, and they started working on research together. And his wife received a grant as well. And recently, they had a baby born here in Russia. This is a positive example of how that works. And young people from Russia and from other countries work in the foundation as project executors, as contractors. Every year we contract up to 6,000 students in our projects with no limitations regarding citizenship. Those are just students from Russian institutes and universities. Another area of work is specialized competitions aimed at encouraging young scientists to move to Russia. We have a competition for postdocs with increased grants for those who relocate, including foreign nationals. We give increased grants to finance some housing issues and so on, to help young scientists with housing, accommodation, and so on. The Russian Science Foundation is currently holding a competition, and results will soon be announced. And there are, of course, international competitions that we hold together with our international partners. So we support research teams from two sides, on the Russian side and on the side of our international partners. We hold these competitions together with most of the countries represented here in this audience. And we also hold special competitions, international competitions for young scientists. We had one with our Belarus counterparts from Belarus, and we plan to extend this practice because it's interesting and it's appealing. Once again, I say there are plenty of opportunities for students, postdoc students. There are plenty of opportunities. Our international students can take part in research projects as project executives, as project managers, and project contractors. We go beyond fundamental science. We have a very large area of applied research together with Rosatom. With Rosatom, we have a special line of projects, and you're welcome to take part, to become part of our contests, projects, and competitions. And please tell everyone you know about them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, speaking of partner projects, of course, we should mention nuclear diplomacy, because humanitarian projects are very important, just as important as the science itself. Can you please tell us about the Gorchakov Fund projects? Well, of course, I understand it's hard to compete against the coffee break, of course. But if you asked us a couple of years ago what we have for international students, we would probably say that there is nothing specialized. But experience shows that there's great demand among young scientists for a program for Russian and international students on the proliferation of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons and on peaceful atom. Because currently there are applications being taken for competitions. This year we're holding the third education mission to Vienna that we're holding together with the Russian Federation representation in international organizations in Vienna. It's an international program for young scientists, technical specialists in the nuclear sphere, for Russian nationals who can go for 1 week to the IAEA and visit all the regulators and authorities and see how the international organization works, what items it has on its agenda, and what topics are popular with the Russian scientists. And every time we go there, I feel extremely proud to see the number of Russians occupying the leading positions in this regard and the respect that Russian science enjoys here. And I would like to draw attention to the IAEA and to young people in IAEA. For 2 years running, Mr. Grossi and Mr. Floyd met with young specialists, telling them the challenges that IAEA is facing. We also have a program for international participants as well, only for international participants, not for Russians, sorry. It's a new program for inter-Russia internship program that has no matches in Russia. We're holding this program together with Rosatom for the first time this year. This is a unique opportunity to file an application. The applications are open till the end of July. It's a long-term internship project where you spend 2 weeks in Obninsk and 2 weeks in Moscow to meet top specialists in this regard. This is a great opportunity to up your education. We also have this inter-Russia internship that goes beyond nuclear technology. If you're interested, you could apply there as well. It's taking place this fall in St. Petersburg. And the last, probably, opportunity I'd like to dwell upon. This year, we have launched a grant competition for Rosatom for non-commercial, non-profit organizations doing social projects abroad. It's a unique opportunity, again, for our international colleagues to receive grants and carry out projects in their countries. Applications are being taken right now. So if you have an idea, a project, or a dream, so we can join our efforts to turn this into something tangible, to get financing for that, and to make a difference in a certain sphere in your country and get not just money, but get a lot of expertise and support, especially in areas of presence of Rosatom. And probably everybody was very inspired by the previous lecture. I was very proud. I'm very proud every time I see those videos. I think it's an amazing thing to be part of that, to be contributing to something as big as that. And if we as an organization can make even the smallest contribution to this, we will be absolutely thrilled to see you part of our projects and to see you do something that really fulfills you as a personality and helps you get goals that seem hardly achievable right now. And just like you, I'm very impressed, I'm very motivated, and I really hope we get to work together one day. Thank you. Can you please tell about the website? It's the Primakov Center, the Inter-Russia internships. And yes, we will make the links available to all the participants. Thank you very much. And we're very short on time, but just one word. What do you wish to the audience? I know their dreams right now. They are very down to earth, so go ahead, guys. This forum is difficult, but in 2 or 3 days you will realize how valuable every word you hear here is. It's really going to help you a lot. I'd like to say thank you very much to everybody who believed in our idea of Obninsk Tech. Thanks a lot to Rosatom, who has been with us for so many years, although the station has been decommissioned. Indeed, it's a place where every nuclear professional should come to. Thanks to IAEA and our amazing representative there for being with us and going forward for so many years. Thanks to guys who have been coming here for many times. Many of you, for many of you, this is not the first visit here. And I'd like to say to all of you, dream on, dream big, and do what you love. There's plenty of opportunity for that these days. And please remember this week in Obninsk, remember the experiences, remember the new friends who are going to be with you for a long time in many countries, and you're going to make friends in many countries that you can be together. Thank you. Well, considering the focus of today's event, considering where we are now, I would wish everybody here enrichment, professional enrichment, getting richer in friends, spiritual, and of course, material enrichment. It was my dream to come to Obninsk. This is my first time here. And as for everybody else, let's be friends, let's communicate, let's exchange contacts. And even when the next week ends, let's have more than photographs and stories and social media. Let's have contacts with people where there will be the neural connection. And thank you. Thanks to our dear speakers. Please take your seats. And this ends our session. And since we have a lot of partner organizations, a lot of colleagues from our organizations, we're going to continue this session with new speakers and new experts. Again, it's a great honor to me to be passing this microphone and inviting on this stage Alexander Korotyshev, Director of the IAPL Secretariat, MAPREL, Assistant Director of the Institute of Russian Literature. We're also inviting Pavel Shevtsov, Deputy Director of Rossotrudnichestvo. And please welcome Maria Matveyeva, Director of the Russian-Austrian Public Forum, Sochi Dialogue. And we're looking forward to welcoming on this stage head of the Technical Academy of Rosatom, who is hosting us today, Pavel Shevtsov. Pavel, we see you. We're looking forward to having you here on this stage.
И первый в текущей сессии мы
And the first to speak in this session will be the ambassador of our project, the person who has sincerely supported us throughout. What's valuable, he's not just a friend of ours, he's also a deputy minister of the Minister of Education, Olga Petrova. She's speaking from Nizhny Novgorod. Dear friends, allow me on behalf of the Ministry of Education to welcome the guests and participants of the third International Youth Forum Obninsk New 2025. Obninsk is a special place for the nuclear industry. It's the place where the scientific foundation was laid and where lots of amazing discoveries were made that determined the development of Russia's nuclear industry. Obninsk Tech is a unique project that helps us unite on one platform an ecosystem that prepares unique specialists to work in nuclear power plants of Rosatom, workers whose skill set is so unique that it's very important to involve all partners, all available partners in their training. Obninsk is the place where this partnership may grow even stronger within an international forum like that. I'm very happy to see our amazing students take part in this event. We find new points of growth, we create new initiatives, we create the very partnership that makes us all even stronger and creates even more opportunities for students and the interest in the industry and universities who have contributed to this project. I'd like to say special words of gratitude to Rosatom State Corporation and the branch of MIFI in Obninsk, because the drive that these partners bring ensures the development of this project. It's very important, it's very special, and I'm sure that a lot will be done to make sure that more and more young people become part of the vast ecosystem of the nuclear industry. All the best to you. Best of luck. Push on. Thanks to Olga Petrova, indeed, our Ministry of Education does a lot to support our institutes and the Obninsk Tech project. One of the tracks was supported by the Ministry of Education. So continuing on the topic of international students, of our international cooperation within this project, it's a great honor for me to give the floor to a great friend of ours and a person who has contributed a lot to the promotion of nuclear education in Russia and internationally, Pavel Shevtsov. Thank you. Thank you. Dear friends, in fact, it's amazing to see platforms like that emerge in Russia, like Obninsk Tech, because the world is becoming very differentiated in terms of interests and points where people go to study. We understand very well that we've been tasked with training 500,000 international students. And the Ministry of Education says that we currently have 355,000 students in Russia, but the target is 500,000. So we have to get an extra 150,000 students in the next 5 years, which is a very ambitious target. And the Russian Federation, Россотрудничество, as the key actor here, is facing the question what we're going to show abroad that would appeal to students and their parents, where they are supposed to go to become, well, big specialists, to get educated and to possibly stay here and become involved in work here in Russia, creating added value here.
Obninsk Tech is the example that keeps its momentum, and we need to thank Rosatom and IMI FI for that, because keeping the high visibility of such a project is not in the easiest way, because we are attracting here not just random people from abroad, but we search for smart people, for intellectually well-developed people, for people who have very specific knowledge in order to meet the high bar that exists here. FISTEC is a good example of positioning, because in Россотрудничество we understand, when we promote Russian education abroad, that A kid should be educated ourselves in school and later on bring him or her to Russia. Ideally, we should start from the kindergarten, but we cannot do this. And the example of very specific professionalization, because it's a serious question aimed at 30 years from now when we talk about nuclear energy and all adjacent industries. They are oriented far, far into the future. When we position Russian education, and it's a unique trait of exporting educational technologies. You're not selling smartphones or water or dairy products. You are selling the vision of the future of a country. And Obninsk is exactly this picture that is liked by international audience. It's quite a big challenge for Rosatrudnichestvo indeed, because we understand that a kid that should come here at some point and that has been educated by us should be deeply involved, both in the Russian language, but also in the specialist. Uh, because after 8 months of Russian language, he or she will come to their to follow special courses, and we understand that our goal is tremendously ambitious. Year after year, we need to prepare future kids using international schools. And the preparation departments of different Russian educational for bachelors and for masters or for PhD students. They should be prepared to the highest possible level in order not to doubt about their skills. And we support quotas, of course, by the government of Russia. It's like a starting position of attracting students. And the entire Rosatrudnichestvo network should be used and is very available to develop such fantastic projects. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And I would like to circle back to civil diplomacy or citizens diplomacy. When we're talking about building partnerships, I would really like to ask Maria Matveyeva about Sochi Dialogues initiatives. What do you do in order to establish scientific communication and project communication? Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here today. What such a dialogue is all about? Why do we work? And what are the outcomes? Such a dialogue is a dialogue between civil societies of Russia and Austria. We are a platform on which scientists and academia can talk the same language. We provide them with the facilities, and I remember people talking about confidence, or rather trust. Trust is something that you cannot build in one day. It's a long process, and such a dialogue remains the only focal point with EU countries, bilateral one. We find those bridges, those lines where people listen to each other and are keen to work. Pavel talked about quota and Russian education promotion. Recently, we received Russian language students. What do? We go abroad and we talk to Slavic studies students, and we say that we are ready to organize a tour not only in the capital city but across other cities. And we did our round table, and several students decided to proceed their master degree in a Russian university. Round table may sound not like much, but it shows that It's still possible to do bilateral cooperation even with unfriendly quote unquote states. And we are ready to provide our platform and our capacities in order to promote nuclear education, for instance. Thank you. Very valuable experience. And as far as international students are concerned, it's very important to factor in that many kids who come to Russia do not speak Russian. And studies in Russian language, specifically when we're talking about nuclear industry and adjacent industries, are very important. Many partners with whom we work internationally and we build nuclear power plants they say that their local specialists should learn Russian in order to better understand the content. Alexander Kartashov, our next speaker, pays a lot of attention to the promotion of Russian language. It's a suggestion within the project as well to cooperate together. Alexander, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Anastasia. Thank you for inviting me at this event. Thanks, Rosatom, for this highly interested event. I'm a bit nervous while I'm talking here because I represent the oldest association of Russian language scholars on earth. We will celebrate our 60th anniversary next year, and we bring together 50 Russian language associations from abroad. I heard people from India, Kazakhstan, and Turkey speaking, and these are the countries where we have our Russian language schools. We organize academic events, and every 5 years we have our major global Congress of Russian language. We develop digital content and educational materials. During Professor Likhachev's presentation, I filmed a short video about our cooperation with Turkey, and I sent this video to the Ankara University, and they are preparing translators and interpreters for the nuclear power plant project in Turkey. And Russian language is not only about flexible structure and roots. Russian language is a tool, and from our side, we are ready to support Obninsk Tech, specifically with language support. We can develop courses and language materials. In our association, we have widely known Russian universities, both humanitarian and technical. Colleagues from LETI, colleagues from MEFI are with us as well, and other technical schools, specialists who train people on Russian language from the technical point. There are mother tongue interferes with international languages, and this is dichotomy because humanitarian brain and technical brain. There are a lot of interesting academic tasks that we can solve together. Second dimension, for instance, here in Obninsk at Obninsk platform, we could organize awareness events or country studies events for students because it's an important part of education. Obninsk Tech and Rosatom are very welcome to our international events in different countries, i.e., Turkey, African countries, South American countries. Together with St. Petersburg State University, we work on Pan African Russian language forum in Cairo, Egypt. Probably it's gonna happen in December this year. We invite Rosatom, we invite all stakeholders. Wrapping up my short speech, I would like to say the following. Today, Professor Likhachev crafted beautifully this idea, addressing students and youngsters from abroad. You are the future of the nuclear family. including but not limited to the nuclear family. Russian language abroad is also will also rely on you. The earlier we prepare the experts, the earlier they will start learning Russian language and nuclear technology. The earlier the tomorrow, Professor Likhachev's tomorrow will come. Thank you very much, Yuri. Now I would like to give the floor to you. So this room is not the only contribution to the project. Being the representative of the Technical Academy, could you please shed some light on your involvement and contribution to this major uh, project? I would rather focus on the future of these beautiful ladies and gentlemen. You will graduate from the university, you will come back to your countries, and some of you will become part of the academia, others will start working in uh, on the nuclear power plant, and the latter will come back here. You will spend from 1 to 3 years here, then you will have to do your internship at one of the Russian nuclear power plants. Then you will come back again, and you will start operating your own nuclear plant. And 5 years, some of you will change your path of life and career, and someone should replace you, and the talent pool should be created domestically. Some of you will convert yourselves in professors, or some of you will become governmental officials. You will work in regulators, authorities, and ministries, and then you should remind yourselves that your career started here in Obninsk in the Tech Academy. I will be waiting, and we will be proud of your successes. Congratulations to you all for picking this career path, for connecting your life to nuclear energy. At this verge of 2 centuries, I formulated the idea of the immortality of the nuclear industry. And therefore, people working in the industry, they are not immortal, of course, but their life and careers would be long. Our academicians stayed friends with each other for almost 100 years. So I wish us all bright future, live long and prosper, and let the industry prosper together with us. Yes, indeed. One cannot overestimate the contribution of the Technical Academy to the OPTEC project. And we thank you personally and your entire team for this fantastic contribution to OPTEC. According to a long established tradition, I would like to reiterate my question. Tips to the youngsters. We have a lot of international guests here and Russian youth. Very short, in a very succinct manner. What would you say to them? This is actually the most difficult question I've ever had so far here. I would like to wish you all, number one, trust yourself, trust in yourself, and trust yourself. I remember myself when I was your age. And I was thinking that my entire life lays in front of me. But the world keeps changing rapidly, and you will have to live with this idea that you won't be able to do everything you wanted. At Obninsk Tech gives you this fantastic opportunity to keep the pace of ever-changing world. So trust in your capabilities. And the long road starts with the first step. And if you take one step at once, you reach your point of destination, one step at a time, of course. On top of that, I'd like to say that may your eyes keep burning. May you never satisfy with what you've done. Remember that failure has its benefits. Never stop and support each other. I'm a raging fan of cooperation. Cooperation is key to every single development. Support each other, assist each other, and good luck. Thank you so much indeed, Alexander. Friends, don't be shy and keep asking questions. Strive for new knowledge. And when you ask questions, should you use a Russian language because you already master it perfectly? Yuri, as a wannabe philosopher, I'm going to say the following. Every person at some point will face this ultimate question: what's the purpose of life? Let me give you a tip for you not to suffer. The purpose in life is to contribute to the progress made by our humankind. You will work in the cutting edge industry. Therefore, you will have this opportunity to contribute to your own country's progress, which means to the humankind progress. This is my sincere wish to you. Thank you so much, Yuri, and we thank the entire panel. The discussion was very lively, but at the same time very active. We covered different cooperation and partnership topics, and we will keep developing systematically our joint projects and affairs. Once again, thank you so much, and I hope that our young attendees would be able to approach you informally. So don't forget that this is the communication platform. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Big hand to the panel. Thank you very much, Anastasia and Tatiana, for this session. We thank our speakers as well. We thank all viewers, both online and offline. On our side, from the organizers' side, it's a short break, short lunch break. It's not a coffee break. It's a lunch break. You can have your lunch in two different spots here outside, or you can walk down the corridor and you'll find the second spot for this big lunch break.
Around 40 minutes or half an hour. No, we'll keep you informed. The first one is right here in the hall, right near the entrance, and the second one is along the hall on the other side of this building. You just walk through, and there's going to be a second point for the lunch break. Thank you so much. We're going to be back really soon, so keep in touch. Okay, at 20 past 3, at 3:20, we're waiting for you over here. So that's going to be in about, 45 minutes? Yeah. No, in 40 minutes. In 40 minutes straight. Yep. Друзья, через 40 минут.
In 40 minutes sharp at 3:20 p.m. Obninsk time, we will be expecting you here in the same room for the next session, 3:20. This is when it should start. Please, no delays. We will discuss healthcare, how to do nuclear medical technology available to everyone. And the motto of the session is how to keep your health good. 40 minutes from now, same place.
Друзья, дамы и господа, спасибо всем большое за понимание. Обед сам себя не съест, поэтому проходите. Мы просим сделать все возможное, чтобы оставить техническую команду здесь в зале для небольшой технической подготовки следующей сессии. Спасибо вам большое за понимание. Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is waiting for you. Please, can you help us with this one, with technical organization of this hall? So if you be so kind to let us do the little technical rehearsal over here in this hall, and we want to make a little surprise for you. So it's going to be somewhere undercover in some way. Thank you so much for your understanding. And if you have a chance to have a lunch, yes, lunch is waiting for you. But please come back at 3:20. Но обязательно возвращайтесь в 3 часа 20 минут. Спасибо большое за понимание.
14 years old. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. When I was 14, I kind of listened to one of our area radio announcers. And I went as a field trip to go meet the guy. And he looked nothing like what he sounded like. So I asked him about that. And he said to me, listen, radio is defined theater of mind. And so mind, I just said, I can't be an actor. I can't be an on-air personality. But the voice just became something of a development over years. And I went to school for it. And then alcohol.
Друзья, коллеги, если вы сейчас смотрите на сцену и присматриваете, куда же...
Friends, colleagues, if you're looking on this stage, it is now time to make up your mind and sit down. Now is the time. Please be seated.
You're looking at the stage and thinking whether to come in or not to come in. Are they going to start or they're not going to start? It's about time. It's time to start. So please come inside and we're ready to start our next session with a super interesting topic. So please welcome. Please come in. Please come in. I'm sure the sound of my voice is transmitted in the lunch area. I hope so. I think so. Я думаю, что голос...
So, the lights are on, which means we're all set for our next session, which is hyper interesting. And Mr. Likhachov already touched upon the topic of medicine and healthcare and space exploration. And now we're going to dig deeper. Let's be healthy with an exclamation mark, with a question mark. How to make nuclear medical technology accessible to everyone. Because medicine of the future is here, it's right now. It's a thing, and we are already in the future, which is shrouding us. It's around us. And I'm inviting over on this stage the moderator of this meeting, a student of the MIFI University and an active player in the educational initiatives, Danila Kulagin. Danila, please come on this stage. And it is with great pleasure that I'm inviting on this stage our panel speakers, member Ignacio Hernandez Gonzalez, a researcher of the Laboratory of Radiation Biology, Director General of Innova Plus, Ruslan Al-Shekadat, Head of Directorate of Scientific Cooperation, Ekaterina Cheban, Director for Prospective Areas at Rosatom, and Deputy Director for Mega Science Initiative of the Kurchatov Institute, Nikita Marchenkov. So, can we start? Perfect. Thank you. First of all, it's a huge privilege to be speaking here, to be moderating this session. This is my first time. I'm really at a loss for words. There's so many of you. First and foremost, I'd like to get to know as many of you as possible. My name is Danila Kulagin. I'm a second-year student of the Obninsk Institute of Nuclear Energy, and I'm a future doctor. And I'm here to rack your brains in a good sense of the word, and together with the dear experts here to tell you about nuclear medicine. I think we should start by saying that the topic of medicine is with us since the ancient times. Recently, we have celebrated an anniversary of the peaceful atom of nuclear energy. And today, nuclear technology is not only about reactors and nuclear energy, but it's also about the healthcare of the future. And peaceful atom acts as a master diagnost, identifying cancer tumors and helping us identifying and treating cancers. And what seemed sci-fi years ago now saves hundreds of lives. But still, there are many people who see nuclear power as a threat rather than something that must be respected. Nuclear medicine still causes fears. Maybe it's due to the fact that we do a poor job of explaining that nuclear medicines are no more dangerous than caffeine. We also have other problems such as lack of financing or too much red tape or our own conservatism. All these issues, I think we will cover all of them during this discussion. We will come to a consensus together with our experts. So please welcome our speakers today. Hortensia Jimenez, Director General of IAEA in Bolivia. We're also joined by Ignacio Hernandez Gonzalez, Ruslan Al-Shahadat, Director General at Innova Plus, Nikita Marchenkov, Deputy Director on Mega Science Project at the Kurchatov Research Institute, and Ekaterina Cheban, Director for Prospective Areas, Rosatom. So I'm giving the floor to Hortensia Jimenez.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for such a warm welcome. It's a real honor for me to address this audience, although from the distance, and to be part of the third International Nuclear Youth Forum that is taking place in Russia. This is an event that not only represents a meeting of talented young people, but also an extraordinary opportunity to reflect on the fundamental role that nuclear energy plays in sustainable development, scientific innovation, and the well-being of our society. seeing a generation of young people who are commitment, curious, and deeply interested in scientific and technological development in the nuclear sector brings me great enthusiasm. Forums such as these are essential for strengthening knowledge and above all for building an international community united by science, innovation, and commitment to a more just and prosperous future. From the Agency of Nuclear Energy of Bolivia, ABEN, it is our firm belief that youth is the present and the future of our nation. That is why promoting their active participation in forum, research, and technical leadership opportunity as a priority. Bolivia, through ABEN, has taken on the challenge of encourage peaceful application of nuclear energy in the service of health, production, research, and education. And to do so is fundamental to count on young people who are training and committed. I'm confident that this forum will be an enrichment experience for everyone and that it will enable us to continue building bridges of cooperation between our countries and generations. Also, I take this opportunity to extend my warmest congratulations to our technological partner, Rosatom, on its 80 years of expertise. Its contribution has been fundamental in strengthening our scientific capabilities and consolidating strategic projects for Bolivia and the region.
So, Hortensia's experience shows the foundation of events like that is always research. In the Nuclear Institute, in the Kurchatov Nuclear Institute, scientists have been studying the effect of radiation on live cells. Here we have an employee of this fine establishment who is here with us, and I'm going to ask him in English so that he feels included in this discussion.
Which discoveries of the last years can change the clinical practice from a standpoint of nuclear medicine?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. In first place, I want to thanks to organizer of this meeting for inviting me to have this opportunity to talk to such amount of young people here. That is something that made me feel very happy, because I think that in nuclear science is alive, and it have a continuity in all of you. And I hope that many of you will dedicate or are already dedicated to nuclear medicine applications. I want to make a very short introduction of myself. I'm biologist and pharmacologist, and after that, radiopharmacologist. So I dedicate my whole life to radiopharmaceutical and nuclear medicine applications, mainly from the experimental point of view, with some connection, of course, with clinical application, but mainly in the field of non-clinical research, and extending all of this experience and drug research, other drugs research, also by means of pharmacometrics applications. So after saying that, I will answer these questions. I think that nuclear medicine in its history have some ups and downs, especially when other imaging techniques appear and develop. But the development of radiochemistry and discoveries of every time new radionuclides with potential application for diagnostic and for therapy. And of course, with the appearance, the development of biotechnological industry, there have been a very good link between nuclear medicine and all of this radiochemistry and biotechnology as well. Why biotechnology? Because maybe you are aware that Biomolecules play a very important roles nowadays in nuclear medicines as a carrier of radionuclides for diagnostic and for therapy. In Cuba, especially, we have a long history in biotechnological application, and in the case of the center where I'm coming from, Cuba, Isotope Center, we have on project for many years and ongoing project of the development of radiopharmaceutical based, for example, in monoclonal antibodies. Monoclonal antibodies that are produced in Cuba also. And I think that all of these things combined also with the developments of nuclear instrumentations, and more recently, the introduction of hybrid technology for computed X-ray tomography with any PET or SPET techniques provide a boom in nuclear medicine applications. Also, the most recently, this conceptualization within nuclear medicine of theranostic tool. It means a combination of diagnostic and therapy in order to identify probable targets for radiotherapeutic application in patients. Also, I think that have been very, very important, the translational process between all this technology initially introduced in nuclear medicine, clinical practice, in the research area. I'm talking about small imaging equipment dedicated to small animals. It's not a secret that nuclear medicine techniques also provide not only a good tool for diagnostics and therapy, also provide an amazing tool for research of other drugs. For everybody who knows and follow the history of nuclear medicine, knows how important was this labeling of, for example, neurotransmitter in the study of other drug actions like neuroleptic drugs and many other drugs that have been well studied thanks to radio labeling with isotopes, radioisotope, and with imaging of such a complex organ like is the brain. So in the field of not only cancer, or in other areas like neurology, also nuclear medicine plays a very important role, based mainly through this introduction of all of these techniques. I can say also in cardiology that plays also a very important role nuclear medicine nowadays. So I don't know if I answered completely the question.
Thank you, Ignacio. Большое спасибо. Наука.
Thank you. Science can create breakthroughs, but without businesses, it's all going to remain within laboratories. And I think Rustam Al-Shaharat knows that better than anybody else, because he does research and he implements, he brings innovations to commercial technology. Here's a tricky question to you. Why are businesses sometimes slow with implementing innovations? What's the reason? Money, or the market is just unprepared?
Спасибо большое за вопрос. Ну, прежде всего...
Thank you very much for your question. First and foremost, you've never heard about my company, have you? Except you, Mr. Moderator, because you came prepared. My company represents small scientific enterprises. We've been operating for 10 years already, and we did quite a bunch of stuff. When we approach a project, this is not because we were ordered with this research by a governmental authority. We preach a win-win situation. We are partners. So should we open the Ministry of Health report dedicated to prominent developments, one of its pages will be dedicated to prominent projects. And one may see an interesting and quite peculiar picture. On one hand side is a PET scan of multiple melanoma, and next to it a picture of the same patient, but not in PET scan imaging, but his or her picture. And one cannot see any damage done from melanoma because of one medication. And we developed this medication together with an institute in St. Petersburg. And it's one of the example of theranostics. Theranostics is a peculiar field when we personalize treatment. Tumors and cells next to tumors have specific markers, protein and other receptors that exist only in tumor cells, and normally they do not exist anywhere. And using special molecule, we need to target radionuclides. To this target, we would be able to destroy tumor cells or cells that support tumor. So in the beginning, we inject this target molecule, the so-called diagnostic isotope, and we can detect with this isotope that this molecule can see tumors and metastasis. Later on, we inject another molecule that will bear radioactive isotope that could destroy this tumor cell with its toxic action. So this is the theranostics and therapeutic approach. And healthcare specialists tend to shorten words. So this is what we're calling about theranostics and not about therapy and diagnostics separately. Talking about implementing new technologies, it's slow, but it happens. This was the Ministry of Health's development. It was published back in 2021. And in 2025, we came up with a new molecule with no clinical trials so far, but the Ministry of Health would allow to use it without prior clinical studies in Russia. It's only the tip of the iceberg because legal framework lags behind innovations. Many different meds are being created, some of them with unique properties, specifically with peculiar properties or molecules that pilot radionuclides. And legislation authorities lag behind, and they are not ready, and our documents are becoming obsolete quite quick. Nonetheless, the dialogue is ongoing and the legal framework changes. And I'm absolutely sure that these target medications are our future. We will grow the number of targets in the future, and therefore we will grow the number of piloting molecules, and in the future would be able to be very precise in our therapy, not only of cancers, but also of any other types of diseases. This is, I've never thought of learning about design, design maths. What's the word? Theranostics. Yes, therapy plus diagnostics equal theranostics. Theranostics brings joy and hope in my heart because I have never thought of this thing would exist on my lifetime. So my question, what's the connection between medicine and peaceful atom? Katerina, could I please direct this question to you. The mic's not working. Now it's working. Thank you, Daniel, so much. Good question. Okay, radiomedicine and pharmaceuticals are two very important topics, and Rosatom places them high on their priority list. And we worked hand in hand with the Ministry of Health and with the Federal Medical Biological Agency of Russia. So, should you ask me a question whether it's a new field for us or not? After your permission, I would like to dedicate 2 minutes to some history presentation. We have a lot of young people in the room, but I need to say that nuclear medicine in the USSR was born under the auspices of this peaceful atom project. Back in 1940s and 1950s, cyclotrons were being developed. Research reactors were in operations. In 1970s, already the USSR was among leaders as far as the use of radio technologies are concerned. Between 1970s and 1980s, we had 140 radionuclides and roughly 38 radio mets. And the country started exporting it in 1980s to Cuba, to Germany, to the Czech Republic, and roughly 500 medical organizations were in charge of radiopharmaceuticals and radio medicines in the USSR. So we are talking about the second half of the 20th century. The creation of medical devices roots back to the peaceful atom as well. The first gamma therapeutical drug on cobalt was first manufactured in 1943. It's the prerequisite of agat, and we know this medical device, okay? Brachium is the next generation developed by Rosatom, but it boils down to this mid-last century development. It has been recently registered in Belarus as well, and we plan to ship it not only to Russian clients, but also to our international clients. Radiomedicine is a strategic priority of the modern Rosatom, but it roots back indeed in the USSR times. Today, Rosatom is ranked among top 5 companies that sell medical isotopes globally. Now, our export portfolio grows year on year. In 2024, we had 7% uplift in our export contracts. Knowing the existing geopolitical background, we were, however, able to grow our international portfolio. We signed agreements with the US companies, with Dutch companies, with companies from Cuba and Kazakhstan. And we not only sell raw materials to these countries, but we work on research and development. We work with extra pure materials. We have a lot of state contracts in terms of in the field of radiomedicine as well. Medicine is something we hold close to our heart, and we put a lot of effort and energy in it. Let me tell you one thing. Our colleague of Bolivia did a presentation, and Rosatom always wants to find a complicated, a unique contract. And we had this high altitude radiomedical center in Bolivia. We are building the very first high altitude multifunctional healthcare center in Bolivia. And we hold this project also dear to our heart. So, in a nutshell, it is Rosatom's strategic field. We have unique historical background that allowed us to accumulate impressive competences as far as technology progress is concerned, as far as education is concerned, and personnel training is concerned. And we are very ambitious. Very ambitious. Yet another very ambition is to implement new technologies when they collide with legal reality. But certain projects are capable of breaking limits and breaking the chains at the governmental level. And Nikita Marchenkov, Vice Deputy Director of the Kurchatov Institute, he is in charge of Mega Science Project. Is it a paradox? Isn't it? So Russia has competences, Russia has infrastructure, and Russia has a lot of connections with other countries. Thanks to Madam Chaban, we know that. Why we are still waiting to have the PET CET? Thank you for your question, but I will also start with a short historical overview. Radio medicine boils down to Professor Kurchatov's project when they had to work with uranium or plutonium to create this nuclear sheet. Two tools were created: accelerators and reactors. Those two tools became the foundation for the radiopharmaceuticals and for accelerators used in healthcare. Today, in the Kurchatov Institute, we have a broad spectrum of different accelerators that allow us to create completely different, a wild and wide range of radiopharmaceuticals. Radiopharmaceuticals should be very different with different half-life periods. Some of them can be used for diagnostics, and they should have the very short half-life. We need to inject them in an organism for them to detect markers in order to detect tumors. Other elements should have a longer half-life. Different organs react differently to different elements. Therefore, we need to have a wide range of chemical elements and their isotopes in order to diagnose and treat different types of tumors. What do we have now? President Putin has signed into force one of the four major R&D projects, cyclotron and neutron research. This is my field of my field of expertise after the graduation from MEFI. But this program has in it the creation of nuclear medicine complexes. This is why I'm mentioning it. And the Kurchatov Institute is the flagship organization, and it creates four major complexes. Two of them are located in Gachina, the Leningrad region, where radiopharmaceuticals would be researched and developed, and I will not dwell on that. And three installations will be about drone therapy. They won't manufacture, they will irradiate patients with elementary particles in order to treat oncology. In 2028, we should commission a proton therapy. When you beam the protons on the patient. Russia has three centers of this kind, and globally there are roughly 100 centers of this kind. Not far from Obninsk in Portvino, ion beam therapy will be created. The first brick will be laid later this year. It will be Russia's first center, and we have 12 globally. And the beam is made by ions of carbon, and it has even better impact. More and more therapy is done on ion beams. Why protons and ion beam generators are required? I was thinking to myself how to see that. We have gamma therapy when we radiate. Let's say, so this is a human body, and inside this glass, a tumor appeared. Somewhere on the bottom, a piece of paper that symbolizes a tumor, and you need to penetrate glass and water uh, with your beam. What do? You take gamma rays and you start injecting gamma rays. Gamma rays will will touch the tumor, but gamma rays they impact on every piece of your body. So every single cell of your body will be radiated with gamma. Protons and ions, however, have properties that allow them to focus protons and ions on a specific depth. So you can impact specifically the tumor and you won't have any radiation on other tissues. This is why this technology is so prominent. It's so-called hadron therapy on protons and ions. Another advantage is that these beams are heavier and they break both DNA chains of tumored cells, and therefore cancer cannot rejuvenate. Ions and protons breaks down both DNA chains, and so the tumor has no chance to come back. Ion Center will be launched this year in Pratvino on the existing U70 accelerator. It's still ranked top 3 in terms of potency. And this year we will start testing ion radiation technology on oncology patients. And we will be able to process 600 people yearly. Is it a big number? No, it is not, because hundreds of thousands of people require this treatment in Russia. Therefore, our next project that should be commissioned in 2030, we will create the type radiation healthcare center when we will build a little, almost portable accelerator that is very scalable in regions. So one center can accommodate 600 patients every year. Therefore, in Russia, we should have way more centers. But since these are made in Russian technologies, we would be able to achieve this very ambitious goal.
Наше время потихоньку подходит.
Our time is running out, and today we have taken a look at the chain of science, business, state projects, and special projects, each with their own peculiarities. And I feel there's something missing in here. And the last missing link, I think, is the public opinion. And I'd like to ask every one of you a question. If you were in one phrase to explain to an 8-year student that nuclear medicine is not something to be scared of, what would you say? I will begin, if I may. I'll just confess that I was asked this question yesterday, so I had one day, and I ran this question by my kids and my friends. And why are they supposed to be scared of it? I asked a first-year school child, a 3-year school child, and the first grader was scared at first because maybe he thought they may be using poisons maybe to cure diseases. Well, he had no problems with cores and nuclei and so on. Three-year school children probably already had their curiosity amputated at school. They were not curious at all about nuclei and core and so on. 5-year school kids didn't care much for nuclei and so on. But 7 year school kids, my daughter, for instance, said that this probably nuclear medicine is medicine that probably treats the aftermath of nuclear weapons exposure. Probably this is a bit scary because of nuclear weapons and such. But the senior school kids, 9-year school kids, they did some Googling, they looked it up and told me something must be good because it treats cancer, so it must be good. So that's my brief answer, concise answer. It's medicine that helps, that treats and does no harm, which makes it good.
Only 3-year school kids are afraid of radioactivity. There are a few more people afraid of from different point of view, not only from the point of view of damage or damage we can produce to our body if we suffer some of these procedures. There are some concerns also about environmental care. And for some people, like unfortunately, somebody told me once that we have no right to contaminate the environment. And I asked why? We are not contaminating the environment. There are a lot of regulation, there are a lot of standards we can follow not to produce environmental contaminations based on because the application of our procedures. And we have also a lot of things to do from the education point of view of populations. What is the scope of nuclear medicine? Nuclear medicine for diagnosing and for curing disease. So there is nothing we need to be afraid about nuclear medicine. All the opposite. Nuclear medicine have a future and a solid future in medical science in general.
Итак, сегодня мы узнали, что
So, not all speakers have spoken. I too have thoughts about that. And if a child is small yet, so it's difficult to explain things in simple words. But if I were explaining to a first-year school child, I would use the term, it's sort of a hyper ninja who absolutely with pinpoint precision applies the weapons to eradicate all things bad without touching all things good. Well, maybe this is the way to explain radio medicine to children. I'd probably add here, maybe not everyone, not all colleagues from foreign countries will understand me, but recently I was worried.
Не здравница, а именно вот больница.
In Russian, the word hospital, больница, has to do with the pain, like the house of pain, sort of that. And I think nuclear medicine is the rare case when the doctor doesn't even touch you. So you don't even feel that something is being done to you, but at the same time, you are being treated and cured. So today we have seen that nuclear medicine is not scary, but the scary thing is that we can miss out on a lot if we don't continue to speak about that, if we don't continue to break stereotypes, and that radiation can be helpful and be more than just Chernobyl. If you are a scientist, a doctor, it's indeed your chance to make a difference in medicine and use nuclear medicine in humankind's everyday activities. Nuclear medicine is not a matter of distant future. It's something that's already there. The matter is how quickly we make it accessible, understandable, and affordable to anyone. So let's not wait, let's act. Thank you for being with us. Let's be healthy. Thank you, thank you. Thanks a lot, Danila. Thanks a lot to everyone. Now, we probably knew that in the back of our heads that nuclear medicine is not scary. So I'm rushing out on the stage. Thank you for this dialogue. Thanks, Danila, for moderating this session. And now is something, I've got something really exciting for you. This is going to be a short session, slightly more than 20 minutes, followed by a coffee break. The topic we're going to talk on is quantum computers. Raise your hands who has any idea what quantum computing is.
What the thing about it? Okay, okay. Поднимите руку, кто вообще без понятия.
Raise your hands who has no clue what quants are about, what this. Don't be shy, guys. This is going to be extremely interesting and exciting now because the speakers we're about to have on this stage are young people who know their thing, who know what they're talking about. It is with great pleasure that I'm inviting them over on this stage because Russia is currently on the cutting edge of things, of everything developing in the world with quantum technologies and quantum computing. There's a whole race going on. I'm taking the responsibility to utter the word race, but thanks to Rosatom's effort, the country already has its own 50-qubit quantum processor, and this and much more we'll hear from someone who's been at the heart of things, head of quantum technologies in Rosatom, Dmitry Chermashantsev. Dmitry, welcome. Hello, hello. Is that all you can do? You have no idea who this man is. So before I begin, we already have certain experience of roll calls here. Show of hands. Raise your hands who think they use quantum technologies in your lives. Congratulations to everyone. You've managed to invent the time machine and you're somewhere before 1848, before the invention of the first transistor. But in fact, this year is not just the year of the 80th anniversary of nuclear industry. There are lots of anniversaries this year, and one of them, a milestone, is the 100 years of quantum mechanics. Werner Heisenberg and Schrödinger wrote two famous equations that created matrix mechanics and wave quantum mechanics. For 100 years, humankind has been trying to use the laws of our universe, laws that govern certain small particles, try to use them to make our lives better through the use of new technologies. In fact, quantum mechanics is an exciting thing because many laws that exist there and many laws that we obviously see in experiments and we can use the results, the outcome of those complicated processes are in fact unfathomable to us. They are not available for our understanding. We see that certain small objects, unlike us who can't go through two doors at the same time, for example, photon, if we target it at two slats, two different slats, it can go through both of them. Seems incredible, but that's the way our world works. And 100 years after the creation of quantum mechanics, quantum mechanics allowed us to have such amazing things as computers, mobile phones, we have managed to invent amazing medical devices. We have learned to solve very important tasks essential to humankind, and all this thanks to the laws that many years ago were discovered by scientists. In the history of quantum mechanics, there have been many difficult periods of time. The most difficult of them probably was in the beginning, many years ago, when someone came with a wave theory of light. That's something that allows us to describe photons, light particles that are flying towards me from the projectors. They describe the photons as waves, much like the ripples on water surface. But it's worth noting that this theory was so successful at the time that many great scientists, like Lord Kelvin, you probably know him by the well-known Kelvin temperature scale, he said that in fact physics is no longer relevant because it has two clouds on its firmament. One is related to ether theory. Many probably heard about that. But the radiation of heated bodies, like the light bulb, for example, things proved to be that much more interesting. There was the scientist Max Planck, who was dealing with a question of what topic he should choose for his doctoral thesis. And everybody discouraged him from writing a thesis on optics. Everybody said that the wave theory of light is something that describes everything, and they only had to increase the accuracy of their machines to coordinate all the phenomena in the world with this wave light theory. It turned out, though, that the very common bulb, light bulb, became the stumbling block and greatly changed the paradigm of physics, because the wave theory of light gave a very simple result. The light bulb possesses infinite energy and it's supposed to burn us all, but that wasn't the case, of course, and even our beautiful sun, our star, hasn't burned us down yet. And Max Planck introduced the phenomenon of discrete energy. He came up with a hypothesis that heated bodies radiate not a continuous flow of energy, but they radiate in increments. And there was this phenomenon of quantum. One quantum is the minimum portion, minimum amount of a certain value. So many years later, quantum physics has had a great influence on everything around us. And now, 125 years after Max Planck's discovery, and 100 years after the invention of quantum mechanics, we are now beginning to create new devices, even more powerful devices, even more efficient devices than the devices of the first quantum revolutions, devices that we are using actively, like mobile phones, medical devices, lasers, and so on, and other devices essential to our everyday lives. These new technologies, they differ from what we have seen before in one simple thing. When we have a transistor, there's a lot of electrons inside it, and the movement of those electrons provides electric current. And we can use that current to switch the values of bits from 0 to 1, from 1 to 0. A laser system works the same way. They use lots of photons moving together, and we can use that collective movement to create devices to do eye surgeries or cut metals and so on. Quantum technology these days is a departure from the collective quantum phenomena, where there are lots of objects. Now we can move to work with single individual atoms, photons, electrons, with single particles in big massives. We have learned to make particles feel each other in a controlled way, and it allowed us to create much more powerful devices than those we're used to. Quantum technologies are divided into three big areas. Slightly more on those. Quantum computers and sensors. That topic will be covered by my colleague here, the creator of Russia's most powerful quantum computer, the 50-qubit ion quantum computer. Let me tell you briefly about the existing technologies. The quantum technologies fall into three big fields: quantum computers, quantum sensors, and quantum communicators. Quantum computers are special devices that can solve tasks that cannot be solved using conventional computers, classic computers. Don't rush to throw away your notebooks and mobile phones. Of course, quantum computers will someday join them, but they will be dealing with tasks that your mobile phones and computers simply can't manage. Quantum communications are data protection systems that allow us to fundamentally protect our data from interception and breakthrough and breakage. These systems will allow us to answer fundamental questions such as how our brain works. They're very sensitive. They detect the slightest changes in any value. For example, these sensors are used to measure gravitational waves, allowing us to find out more, to learn more about our world. These technologies, together with the development of nuclear industry and physics, and the locomotive, the thing that allows us to create technologies of the future, it wouldn't be possible without young scientists, without young people who wanted to learn that little bit more about our world, who wanted to create and to discover new things. So I would like to wish you all never to be afraid to create new technologies, never to be afraid, and be always open to all things new, and to do your best to find out a little more about our world. And in a while, some one of you will be telling here about not quantum computers, but about something even more advanced. Best of luck to you. Thanks. Thank you, Dmitry. This has been an amazing presentation. And the biggest takeaway for me is don't throw your mobile phones. Keep them, keep them. Yes, yes. You can take your seat, but you are following you on this stage is a very important person who lays the foundation for technologies that will work in 5 or 10 years, or maybe sooner. Scientist, the Russian Academy of Sciences, head of scientific task force of the Russian Quantum Center. Imagine what his business card looks like. Developer of the Universal Ion Quantum Computer, the 50-qubit one. A round of applause, please. Ilya Sibirakov.
Ваша задача, чтобы все сказали хором.
Your mission is to make them say wow all together. Sounds good to me. Hello, people. Initially, I wanted to talk in great detail, and I had a lot of plans, and I had my 30-minute presentation up and ready. But now I have only 9 minutes and 45 seconds. I won't be able to explain what quantum technologies are. Therefore, in big strokes, I will explain what they are all about. And today we talk a lot about applicability of different technologies that we use on a daily basis. Dima has just told you that all of you who use computers use quantum technologies already. And he talked about the first quantum revolution with lasers and transistors. Now we are working on the second quantum revolution when we work with a separate photon, separate atom, separate electron. And it is supposed to bring us somewhere. Do you think that you use anything from the second quantum revolution? Do you use any specific separate atom systems in your day-to-day life? Raise your hand who, those of you who think that you use quantum technologies. Zero hands. You're wrong. Every day we use GPS and GLONASS. These systems are based on atomic frequency standards, quantum frequency standards. And the fact that we can detect our positioning globally with less than 1 meter error margin is one of the most tangible results of the second quantum revolution. And it is connected to sensors. What else can we measure? We can measure lots of stuff. Let's say one can measure tiny magnetic fields. Why we need to do so? Like geological surveys, that's an evidence, or magnet encephalography. You can measure currents created inside your brain when you're thinking, based on magnetic fields that they radiate outside. Even today, it's a medically proven technology. We know how to detect areas of epileptic activity in human brains, but the potential is quite huge in terms of interface brain computer. These magnetic sensors allowed us to find a new silver deposits in Australia, for instance, and many other different and interesting stuff. We can manufacture very precise sensors. The second quantum revolution allowed us to build up sensors with unpredictable accuracy. So quantum clocks can measure times differently with a difference of 1 centimeter in altitude because of the relativity theory. What else can we do? We can measure gravitational waves, space curvature, because of the merge of two black holes in a galaxy far, far away. And modern gravitational telescopes can detect these waves. They can also detect a cloud that floats over this gravitational telescope. Lots of different fun stuff more. My team and Rosatom's teams have been working on quantum computing, and we were building quantum computers, yet another amazing tool from the second quantum revolution. Dima touched upon this topic slightly. Why do we need quantum computers? We want to think that quantum computer would allow us to solve problems that are unsolvable for conventional computers, that are exponentially different for conventional computers. When you add yet another question, yet another letter to your question, this question becomes twice as hard. You add another letter, it becomes twice as hard to solve as well. This is an exponential difficulty problem. These are problems that cannot be solved by conventional computers. Some of the above mentioned problems are unsurmountable for conventional computers, but should be solvable for quantum computers. We don't know the full list of such problems, but we think that there are more than one problems of this kind. We know that at least one problem of this kind does exist with this exponential supremacy.
and Fourier chain, of course, we're talking about. It's the quantum of AI that should keep neural networks rolling, should, based on superposition and complexity of quantum computing. Sorry to say that we are still far away from this day. In order for the quantum computer to solve useful problems better than existing computers, we still need tens or 100,000s of ideal qubits. Non-ideal qubits will be required in the amount of several millions. Today, a paper was published. Our American compatriot from Harvard University demonstrated 3,000 qubits. It happened today, literally. Mikhail Lukin in Harvard with his team showed 3,000 qubits. And we need tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of qubits, better, like millions of qubits with very high reliability. Quantum sensors are entering our lives as we speak, and still they have a lot of potential. Their role will be expanded. We will change the way we communicate with our physical world. The creation of scalable quantum computers should allow us to look at computing and reasoning through a completely different lens. And it's the funniest part because computation changed our civilization over the last 15 years. I'm not even talking about the last 50 years. I'm talking about the last 5 years because it's fascinating. We just improved our computing capacities by several folds, not even by three folds, less. It's an amazing piece of adventure. Great times lay ahead, and our lives will be completely transformed, believe me or not. What else should be mentioned? As for today, we know that quantum computers are better than conventional computers, but only as far as useless problems are concerned, like random sampling. Random sampling is better performed by a computer, by quantum computers versus conventional computers. It was proven for the very first time back in 2018, was proved again in 2022 and 2023 because some algorithms had been improved. So 100 qubit quantum computer is better in performing useless problems versus conventional computers. Where is the border between useless and useful problems? Watch the next episode. Very interesting. I'm frightened, but I'm amazed by the way you speak about future, watching down on the floor in front of you, using my mic and using the scenario and using my own curiosity. I would like to ask one question. When the humankind will foster qubit, because it's not a byte, one or zero, it's like a sphere and it impacts the neighboring qubit. Okay, qubit, it's a separate universe. So when we will tame qubits and AI, would we be able to control it? And should we not be able to control it? What would happen? Tell me, please. Please hit the subscribe button. The possibility to control life is very limited.
We can control natural intelligence, and it follows unpredictable paths. And I'm not even mentioning AI. Guys, control your natural intelligence. It's the first simple step. Thank you so much. Give a big hand. People in the room. It's a coffee break. In a nutshell, at 16:50, in 19 minutes, we are waiting for you here, and we will continue with our next session. You have 20 minutes. It's more than enough to grab your cup of coffee and to digest a bit our two previous sessions. It's becoming more organized. Talk to your colleagues, do some networking, because it matters. This is exactly why we had gathered you here. Please be back in 20 minutes. We will have our next session about new opportunities of the future nuclear energy and atomic quiz coming up next.
The next session after the coffee break. In 20 minutes, please come back to this hallway waiting for you at 4:50 in 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Друзья, дамы и господа, уважаемые...
Ladies and gentlemen, guests and speakers, please proceed to the main audience. You are very much missed there. I'm sure that the coffee break was very successful. There's still vacant seats for you. And we're beginning.
Please come in. We miss you so much. You are in our hearts. So please come in. We still have some places, some vacant seats over here. So yeah, take a bottle of water. I see. Just come in. Yeah. Feel free. Feel free, and we're ready to begin as soon as everyone will be here.
Quelle que soit la couleur, la couleur.
Wow, it's so good you're all here. Finally. Okay, we're ready to begin. Почему на английском? Давайте уже на русском.
Why am I speaking English? So good that you're here, you're ready. Why? We are looking forward to discuss one of our key topics. All topics actually are key ones. We'll be talking about the new opportunities given by the nuclear energy of tomorrow. Nuclear energy becomes more and more in demand every single year, every single day. The demand grows. We will discuss the most important trends, and I invite here on stage the moderator of the session, Vladimir Shevchenko, rector of MEFI, as well as our panelists, Deputy Director General of the IAEA, Mikhail Chudakov, Director General of GSC SSCRF, Andrei Lebezov, Scientific Manager of VNIAS Joint Stock Companies, ASMM Director Sergei Stalavyov, Muhammad Shahzad, graduate from MIFI, Senior Counsel for Nuclear Energy from Bangladesh, supported by his team, and as Scientific Director of Trinity Center, Nikolai Klimov. Vladimir, over to you. Can you hear me now? Thank you so much once again. Good afternoon. No, it's still good afternoon. It's still an afternoon, not an evening. Thanks for deciding to spend this hour in our company. We have a high-level panel. I won't introduce the panelists yet again because it was perfectly done by our MC. And today we are talking about the future of nuclear power. And I urge to all speakers to be as open and transparent as possible, to be as provocative in the good sense of the word, because the very setting we are in, the very youth spirit of an event does not tolerate formal cliches that we've been told times and times again. So let's take this fresh angle to watch on nuclear power, because we are living at a pivotal moment. Global tectonic processes are happening globally on one hand. On another hand, local policies, domestic policies related to nuclear power changes in a most peculiar way. Moreover, we see that Gen AI systems are galloping. We understand that existing technological platforms require a lot of energy, and it will improve our labor performance for sure, but in other sectors, they will boost energy demand, cheap energy demand, stable, reliable energy demand. This is exactly what makes green nuclear energy different from all other energies here. And let me throw this first question to Mr. Chudakov, first and foremost. He represents here the key nuclear international organization, IAEA. What's your take on international control and cooperation schemes for the new world, factoring in existing challenges? Over to you. Thank you, Mr. Shevchenko. Before that, I would like to thank Rosatom for inviting the IAEA to participate at Nuclear Energy Week together with youngsters and students. I would like to thank the Corporate Academy and the Technical Academy of Rosatom for their perfect organization. Talking about the future of nuclear power, talking about international cooperation within international organizations and other stakeholders. We, as you know, produce forecasts year after year, and our 2050 forecast shows that we should guarantee 950 gigawatts of installed capacity of nuclear power, which represent 10% roughly. Now we have 377 gigawatts, 400-ish energy blocks operate in 30 countries. 32 countries want to build nuclear power plants. Some of them are building. Others joined our programs in order to build up necessary infrastructure for a safe, secured, and reliable operation of nuclear power blocks. It's easy to calculate that we need to increase generation capacities by 2.5 folds. We should commission 90 gigawatts yearly. In reality, we commission only 6 to 8 gigawatts annually. On top of that, 3 to 5 gigawatts are decommissioned every year. But that's just the only way to replace harder hydrocarbons. The basic foundation of the energy mix should be nothing but nuclear power. Cutting edge technologies and nuclear energy cannot be created without extensive cooperation. The IAEA cooperates with all international organizations and nations, both these that manufacture reactors and these that want to procure nuclear technologies. We organize international conferences and technical meetings. Our safety and security visits are well known. We contribute to infrastructure creation with participation of very narrow topic experts. Without large international involvement, it won't be possible to move nuclear energy forward. And nuclear energy is a prerequisite for the carbon free world in the future. This is what is being done. We cooperate extensively and we reiterate our cooperation with all countries and specifically with Russia because it is the leader in nuclear power plant construction abroad. Tens of countries are building their nuclear power using Rosatom's technologies. We guarantee that this cooperation will follow, and we will support both technology manufacturing countries and developing countries that want to foster this equipment. We will work on public acceptance, of course, and we will do our best to overcome every challenge that will be thrown our way. Yes, make some noise for Mr. Chudakov. It is indeed very important because this topic is very sensible. Because on one hand, it is responsible. It is important for every human being on Earth to continue this IAEA leadership because it's a prerequisite of creating, a common playground for our huge nuclear family. I hope that we will have enough time to ask you a couple of questions esteemed speakers, and we will take some questions from the audience. The next question goes to Andrei Lebezov, General Director of Lipovsky Institute. The very first lecture talked about the beginning of nuclear, Lipovsky and other titans that we stand on the shoulders of. When those people were discussing about the energy, they were talking about electrons on mega electron volt foundation, but the quick reactors is like going back in the future, the well forgotten past to build up the emblematic future. And the Pro-Reef project is the second, if not third iteration. Could you please enlighten us with your 10-year forecast, knowing that your institute is one of the leaders of this movement towards future? Thank you for this question. I would like first and foremost to congratulate you on the Peaceful Atom Day, which is celebrated today to commemorate the launch of the first civil NPP. Thank you very much for your initiative, dear youngsters. Coming back to your question, Mr. Moderator, it's going to be a piece of cake to present today because Professor Likhachov highlighted all dimensions that I had wanted to highlight. When we talk about speed, I had this idea that I formulated for myself. Quick reactors is the future of the nuclear power. Our institute is the mother of fast neutron reactors. Lipnitsky was one of the pioneers of this topic, and our institute is named after him. And we scientifically survey every single fast fission reactor, Ben 600, Ben 800, that are being utilized at Beloyarskaya NPP. Looking in the future, crystal balling in a way, we have two major topics. First, Ben 1200 M and Ben 1200. The thermal carriers are different between potassium and plum. One, we're talking about these fast neutron reactors being our future. Let's think about arguments that we heard and we keep hearing. First, uranium reserves are depletable. Of course, we have enough uranium to satisfy many dozens of years in demand. But I'm looking at you, the audience, and I see people from different countries, and all of your countries want to speed up their nuclear programs. Therefore, the question arises, where should we take fuel for NPPs to be constructed? And the question about fast neuron energy is the solution. Uranium-8 is the solution because when we produce natural uranium, 99% of it is U8. And fast neurons allow us to satisfy fuel demand. Second idea from Mr. Likhachov, nuclear energy equals green energy. Nevertheless, every single nuclear reactor produces a big amount of waste that has long-living isotopes in it. And fast neutron reactors allow us to proceed to post-combustion, to after burning. This is the second problem to be solved. And the third idea derives from this second idea. We need to guarantee the parity between the radiation that we extract from the core of the Earth and the radiation that we restitute to the Earth when we bury nuclear waste, because this is the foundation of environmentally friendly nuclear power in the future. I should pinpoint as well the following. In the beginning, one may say that globally we keep building thermal NPPs because it's a well proven technology. We've been using it for dozens and dozens of years. Nevertheless, there's yet another advantage for the fast neuron reactors. They don't have high pressure. You know that in order to guarantee required parameters, we need to put water under high pressure. Second, we use liquid metal, and liquid metal solve this issue of accidents. It's not possible to spill this metal out of active zone. So these are reactors with embedded and inherent security. It's an important part of the future. Indirectly, what I must say is the following: the technology is galloping, and fast neuron reactors technologies are quite simple. We have very good testing stand, and this is the only one operational physical simulator that can modulate neutron and physical parameters of any reactors. Why any reactors? Because initially it was coined to simulate fast spectrum reactors. But very recently, our specialists installed in this stand a piece of a reservoir of water. And you know what it entails, like acceleration of neurons. So we calculated in a way to stabilize this system and to make it 100% safe. And we can modulate all and any reactors with all and any spectrum. Talking about fast energy, we need to have this mix between thermal reactors and fast neuron reactors and maybe intermediate. VVRS and VVRS-KD. It's an intermediate step in between in a way. Why it's important? Because when we satisfy energy demand, when we generate energy and heat, fast neuron reactors do just well. But nuclear power is not only about energy. We need to create radioisotopes for healthcare, and we need to use radiation in a list of different sectors. And globally, we will build fast neutron reactors, conventional reactors, and intermediate reactors. So it's all about this circular nuclear cycle. When we do the afterburning of the conventional waste in the fast neutron reactor, would allow us to provide raw materials for green and safe energy for many, many years to come. But it's not always a bed of roses, because there's one thing that does not allow us to scale horizontally fast neuron reactors. It's a question about non-proliferation, because fast reactors are working on plutonium. Unfortunately, the humankind is not mature enough to understand that nuclear power is the power of creation first and foremost, and not the power of destruction. And I flipped through papers of Dmitry Lachinsky's works. He was the head of the institute when the first NPP was built. And I'd like to quote him. And it dates back in 1956.
The use of highly enriched uranium or plutonium for energy generation purposes is further hampered by the fact that these materials can be weaponized. So the sooner we get the just and fair hope of the entire humankind that a new, powerful force of nature will be used exclusively for peaceful purposes, the sooner the nuclear energy will go on the path of broad development. Indeed, we still deal with this prophecy, and I'm turning to this audience that is full of young people who plan to drive forward the idea of nuclear energy in their countries. My friends, it's all up to you. You all have what it takes to make sure that nuclear energy is used for the well being of people. Another thesis that can be made that the energy of the nuclei is the energy of creation, not of destruction. Thank you. This completes my speech. Thank you. So, colleagues, since we really have to let our speaker go now, if you have questions, now is just the time to ask them. Please raise your hands. Give a microphone over there, please.
My name is Best Koza from South Africa. I wanted to ask, maybe I think the Honorable Director from IEA, what your thoughts about nuclear fusion? Is it something we...
No, it's sorry. I asked, do you have question for our speaker, Professor Lebesov, because he has to go.
Okay, no.
I will answer later. About the fusion.
Mikhail Chudakov will answer your question
Okay,
later.
that's fine. Thank
Later,
you.
yes. So, are there any questions? Yes, please, to Professor Lebesov. Please, you, yes.
Hello, my name is Mehreen and I'm from Pakistan. I have two small questions, if you could answer them. Number one, would you like to comment on the disparity that is there in terms of access to nuclear technology, the disparity between developing countries and developed countries, or if I have to be I would be more precise about it, the global north and global south. And secondly, I think I forgot my question.
Let us allow Professor Lebesov to answer your first question, and you will have time to remember your second one. Please.
You know, it wasn't by chance that I quoted a Russian scientist that the biggest obstacle is the non-proliferation mode and that people have little understanding on how to use this energy. I don't want to divide the planet in the north and the south. Absolutely all countries have the right to use nuclear energy for the well-being of their nations in different purposes, be it for energy generation, for healthcare, for research. I think this is a given. This is not to be discussed. This is an axiom. But there are countries who have already done several steps ahead in developing this. Yes, it is so. But what makes Rosatom special? We don't just build nuclear power plants. We teach specialists our technologies. We share our technology. I think this is the right approach. So let's thank Professor Lebesov here. We can let him go. And now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Chanti Tan from Venatom Energy. We have him online, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have the connection with Vietnam? Do we have the line through to Vietnam?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Could you share your views about the South Asian perspective of nuclear energy development?
Okay, thank you for the question, and I try to focus on the development of nuclear power in our country. It's okay. Yes, good afternoon, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. So it's a great honor for me to attend this very important meeting, nuclear energy of the future and new opportunities, and share with you latest information relevant to development of nuclear power in our country. So as you probably know, at the end of the last year, our Central Committee of Vietnamese Communist Party and National Assembly decided to resume the Vietnam nuclear power program, which had been postponed from November 2016, almost 8 years. And we will start from the first two nuclear power plant projects in a province, Incheon province, and first NPP project in cooperation with Rosatom, Russia, and second project in cooperation with Japan. And this two NPP project will focus on large capacity reactor, around 1,000 megawatts, and each NPP project, its size might consist of 2 units for the first stage, and with possibility to expanding to 4 units at the later stage. So currently, Vietnam, we are working very actively on several important tasks to restart NPP project. For example, first, that's amendments of atomic law, which affect from 2009, and which law will focus on implementation of NPP projects, establishment of steering boards of government for implementation of NPP projects, that is already done, negotiation with the Rosatom, and also with the Japanese authority on restarting NPP project in our country, drafting and also conducting intergovernmental agreements on construction of the NPP in our countries, reviewing infrastructure for NPP development that is relevant to Indian emission from the IEA, and also compensation and also resettlement of people in the NPP site. So with our program, we separate in 2 stages. First stage from now to about 10 years, 2033 and 35, with 2 NPP projects in Vietnam, and we hope that we will implement the project successfully. And second stage from 2035, further NPP, maybe further units, and another possibility is implementation of the SMR program for Vietnam. So there are 8 potential sites for NPP construction in our countries. Further development of nuclear power will be considered depending on the progress of the first stage of the NPP program in our countries. Another possibility is this SMR will be very promising in our country, as Vietnam will need SMR for AI center, for data center, etc. in near future. And immediately we, Vietnam Atomic Energy Institute, Vinatom, as a national special research institute in atomic energy, we will start study on SMR aiming at research, design, safety analysis, and so on. So, however, it is still depending on SMR commercialization and also deployments in the world. As the legal framework for SMR development in the world. So another important aspect is human resources are very important. And human resources is the key for successful NPP program in any countries and in Vietnam. We will send students to other countries, to Russia, for example, for the first time, but we will try to establish our education program in Vietnam, technical university, roughly maybe 2, maybe 3 university for nuclear power programs. So I think that is a few latest information relevant to development of nuclear power in our countries for now. And once again, thank you very much. And I wish Rosatom and to wish our colleagues to have success in nuclear power program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Cham Chithan. Since you are online, I suggest perhaps our people here would like to ask you a question right now, if there are any. Do you have any questions? Please raise your hand. Yes. No. Concerning the South Asian perspective, and in particular Vietnamese perspective of nuclear industry development, which has just been presented. It seems not to be the case. Thank you once again. Thank you once again, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
I
you,
wish
thank
you
you.
to have
Bye.
a successful conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Следующий.
And the next speaker is Sergei Solovyov, head of the small modular reactor project in the National Research Institute of Nuclear Power Plants. We know that the price of kilowatt hour generated from AA batteries will be very high, but for some applications, AA format batteries are an irreplaceable source of energy. But obviously, SMRs that have been the focus of attention recently, and a lot of investment hype is aimed at it currently. What's your view of that? Good afternoon, colleagues. Indeed, there are over 100 projects underway in the world, several dozens of which are in high degree of completion. But indeed, there are only 2 countries who build smaller reactors. One of them is Russia. Indeed, the cost of kilowatt, installed cost of kilowatt, is much higher than in bigger units. In SMR, the cost is a root is an order of magnitude, is a square actually, of bigger reactor units. 110 megawatt reactors will be 10 times more expensive than 1,000 megawatt reactor. So Russia has been made by God for SMRs because 80% of our territory is not connected to the grid. Logistics is very tough, is very difficult there. So the cost of kilowatt hour is very high there, which makes SMR generation there very competitive. It's great at minimizing the cost of kilowatt hour. In the extreme north, it's very difficult to build infrastructure because working conditions there are very tough. So Russia has found a very graceful way out of that. That's floating nuclear power plants, which are built in naval and shipyards, and then towed to their sites. The first FNPP has been working in Chukotka for 5 years already, and there are 4 more in the works. And the events of the last 5 years showed us a way out of the task of generating energy to power critically important objects of infrastructure, and SMRs are a great thing just for that. We've been developing 4th generation reactor technology. It's quite convenient and cheaper to test them on smaller nuclear reactors. In Obninsk, a city with developed nuclear infrastructure, especially this is home to the world's first nuclear power plant, small capacity nuclear power plant. And I think it fits very well in the Obninsk tech paradigm. Small nuclear reactors are needed not only to power reactors or to desalinate water, they are needed to provide reliable fuel supply. We can produce methane to be added to diesel fuel, or if we have CO2, then we can make synthetic fuels, and we can experiment on that right here and students would not only learn theory, but they could combine that with practice. And to reduce costs and to improve competitiveness, there are several tasks. Well, I won't go into details of securing state support, which is important. There are also regulator problems. All the norms and regulations have been developed for bigger high pressure or boiling reactors and small modular reactors. They're synonymical to, well, hard to access pipelines, and regulations provide for regular inspections, and liquid salt reactors where there's molten core and there's a melting insert that underpins the whole security concept. When there's an emergency, it melts and leaks the fuel somewhere safe. So we need to work with regulations here and the legislation. Probably quantum technologies will help us at a certain stage. Through multi-physical modeling of all processes developing at a nuclear power plant, we create a digital duplicate, a digital alter ego, to figure out integral security parameters, and then we can adjust the rules. So I think the small modular reactor is the perfect object. The calculations for a smaller object that's nearly 10 times less. They require 3,000 to 4,000 times less computing power than big reactors. So we can create a precise digital twin, digital copy of an object before it's been actually built. So without actually building the physical reactor, we can calculate and forecast the results and settle on one of the 6 future technologies. In the end of my speech, today is the 71st anniversary of the first nuclear power plant being commissioned and put into operation. I had the privilege of talking to the general designer, the chief designer of this first nuclear power plant, academic Dolejal, and he said that the key goal of a scientist is not to explain what happens, but to foresee the achievements. I wish you all to become great scientists so that your foresight allows us all to minimize risks that the development of nuclear energy no doubt bears, and use the benefits that nuclear energy gives to humankind. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I'm taking away a very important thing from what you just said. It's not just red tape standing in the way of reducing the cost, the installed cost of small modular reactors, but we don't have yet the findings and the test results. No, it's not so much about the red tape or bureaucracy. Although all the regulations are currently based on water-to-water reactors, and several generations of people studied on those guidelines, and they're going to have a hard time changing their outlook. Our multi-physical calculations are done on software checked by regulating bodies. And just this September, in September 2025, we're going to have a scientific council of the technical regulation, Rostechnadzor, and it will be devoted to the use of digital twins and digital copies when calculating the functioning of nuclear reactors. But as a result of this activity, the security of nuclear power plants should be increased.
I'm totally on your side. But another thing should Rostechnadzor exist in 1954, we won't be able to celebrate the anniversary of the first NPP here in Obninsk. We will have a Q&A session later. Let me reiterate this once again. And now I would like to give the floor to Muhammad Shahzad, senior researcher from Bangladesh, and I'm very glad to highlight that he graduated from our university. So my question to you is the following. With your own eyes and with your own experience, because you participate in the Poor project, does your MIFI knowledge helps you to build up your career? And maybe some knowledge was useless or harmful even. And what are the perspective of Bangladeshi project and the development of nuclear power in Bangladesh?
Thank you once again. Especially thank to MEFI and Rosatom because today I am here with my professor Mikhail Shudakov. He is one of our teacher when I was in student MEFI. Okay, let's come to the point. Everyone is tired, I think. Sleepy mind? Okay. After completion the graduation, first question in the head, what I will do? What will be the next step? Now you are all, most of you are a student, I think. Now you are all are very happy, the good weather in Russia, but after graduation, either job or business, what will we do? What will be the process for the nation, for the world? Okay. First of all, no institute, no organization will give you a job or a business, established business, anything. You need to make it by yourself. Then what the institute or organization can help you? Okay, for me like MEFI, give me the confidence how to go the best one and how to achieve. First of all, when I completed my graduation with my colleagues and my friends, most of we are very afraid. What will we do? Because this field is very verified field plus very competitive field. Like in our country, we are going to start the first nuclear plant in this year, last of the year, physical startup, I believe it will be. So after completion here, it is very difficult to get engage myself or my team to my power plant. How? We are not far from our study last 3 year, last 4 year. Is it possible for me to engage me in my country once again? Like before 4 year, I was like a precious student for my country. Okay, this is the way to help you the university. You need make yourself as a confident, make the challenge. Okay, let's try. Because in every country, I believe, if you will take in nuclear sector, it is very competitive for you also. Go and take the challenge, you will be the best. Okay, for me, after taking such challenge, now I am here. And all my colleagues and friends are doing very good in their sectors. So they are giving you a very good platform, like the floor is linked with a very good light we can see. We all are linked here. The Rosatom is giving us such a floor. It is our chance to use to communicate each other. And of course, always we try to enhance our knowledge and use it in our country for the country in the leading position. Everyone needs a vision. The vision can come from a good platform, a big platform like Obninsk New. It's a big platform. We have a very good expertise with us. They are all sharing our knowledge. We need to just carry and use in our country, in our sectors. And of course, it was very challenging for me to prove myself in every sector. But if you will get the task, you will find yourself that you are doing the best, because in the period of educational time, they give you all the secrets and policies, how to improve it. So don't be afraid, always be ambitious and take the challenge. And once again, thank you, Rosatom, and thank you, Mefi.
Thank you very much. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. It was very nice to hear your words about our university, and I really resonate with your idea about you have to learn how to trust in yourselves, because it's a very important momentum for you to build up your career on. And we indeed train our students about one simple fact. If your career path is accurate, you won't search for the job. After the graduation, many teams will approach you to work with you. Or should you be a leader and entrepreneur, many people will care to join your team. If you have never sent your CV, your fame precedes you. And we will have a Q&A session later on. Thank you very much, Muhammad, once again, for your kind words. Nikolai Klimov, Scientific Director of Magnetic and Optical Research Center, Trinity. Well, your job title makes me think that I need to give you the broadest ever question. What's in the strategy? What's in the science? Where should we strive to? I would like to welcome you all and thank the organizers of this event. We are now living in an intensive increase of energy consumption. Over the last 30 years, humanity consumed more energy versus all its previous history. If we talk about sustainable development, nuclear power is now the only solution that guarantees or that can promise sustainable development to the humanity. But if we're talking about the image of the future nuclear power or about the strategy, this topic remains very debatable. There are several ways that compete against each other. There are crossroads and unsolved problems. So let's think about an equation that should describe the future of the nuclear power. Now, we have different components. Some are better understandable and less understandable, like fast neuron reactors, thermal neuron reactors there. The circular nuclear cycle is definitely there. But there's another component which remains tiny so far, but it nevertheless should not be ignored, because probably it will define the image, the perimeter of the future nuclear power. And I'm, of course, talking about thermal fission reactors. Thermal fusion reactors. There are several approaches. One is pure thermal fusion, where we have only synthetic reaction. And in this case, it's going to compete with fission reactors. And there's a second approach. Those thermonuclear fast neutrons could be used to initiate fusion reactions. It is a so-called hybrid approach when we bring together fission and fusion. And we create completely new conditions in terms of fuel cycle and in terms of circularity of the nuclear fuel cycle. Thermal fusion is living through its renaissance. Why? Because this ETER reactor is almost completed. Its goal is to have tenfold energy increase versus energy invested. Second, laser thermal fusion installation in the US they received Q equals 3, which means increase by the magnitude of 3 the amount of power invested. And by 2030, they want to improve it till 30, Q equals 30. Different countries from ITER project or actually developing their domestic programs. China is building its best Takamaka in Russia as part of the new nuclear technologies project. Takamak TRT is being built. We saw private investments exponentially increase. I'm sorry, and I should mention Helion Energy company, and we forecast that this dimension will keep growing. And should we bring together fusion and fission, we receive this uplift in energy generated, in cost efficiency, and in time. There are issues, there are bottlenecks, but opportunities are multiple. And I would like to draw your attention on this because modern scientific knowledge is very active in this domain. So, should we lay this thermal fusion foundation today, in the future, our price would be even bigger. Of course, we will keep developing our two-component nuclear energy, but now we should start talking about three-component nuclear power. Plasma physics is a fancy topic for young specialists. We were participating in thesis defense for masters and bachelors at MIFI. We saw both Russian and international students defending their theses, and we see that this topic is attracts new brains. Plasma physics can indeed drive the future. It's going to create the next big thing for thermofusion technologies. And this is why I would like to highlight just this. Thank you, Nikolai. Indeed. And I should mention, of course, that Tokamak is a Russian word. But laser thermofusion reactors is something to be talked about. This US project that you all, of course, are aware of. Sarov should show its results soon. Basov and Krokhin papers are laid the foundation, and Basov was received the Nobel Prize for that. Talking back to the topic, for me, this story is very inspirational. We used to think that thermofusion reactor would be a completely different piece of equipment, but neutrons are there to be used. So it's a very interesting switch inside the technology that brings completely new solutions to us that the founding fathers had never thought about. So it's time for the Q&A session. Don't forget to raise your hand, to introduce yourself, and to precise.
Yes, please.
Thank you, dear speakers, for your comprehensive talks. So anybody of you can answer my question. I am a student of international relations. And I'm personally interested in the peaceful aspect of nuclear technology, but unfortunately, we only study destructive aspect of atom and not peaceful side. So do you think we can be this bridge to introduce people or disseminate positive information about peaceful nuclear technology? And secondly, Mr. Solovyov, do you think, in your opinion, are SMRs a cost-effective effective solution to densely populated developing countries? Thank you.
Пожалуйста, кто начнет? Вы сначала, да, потом Сергей Леонидович.
They ask Sergei Leonidovich, but I can also just to tell that we hope that the cost of kilowatt hours from Samara also will be improved with time, because that's why we call it modular reactors. When, of course, you have the pilot reactor, the cost will be 10 times more expensive than from big commercial reactor. But with development of SMRs and modular type on factories, bringing in the country and shorten the time of construction, we hope that the price get down for the kilowatt hours. For sure, I agree with Sergei Leonidovich. It's never be that comparable with the big commercial reactor like 1 gigawatt and more. But anyway, I hope it won't be 10 times more expensive. Otherwise, we are disappointed here. A lot of developing countries who is waiting at this SMR on their territories. And when the countries asking us, do we need SMRs? Of course, we are just compared it with what they have. SMR needs really an isolated island, northern territory where you cannot effectively use a big commercial reactor. In some developing and African countries, when they don't have that developed infrastructure also and grids, why they need that big commercial reactor if their grids that's I don't know that half of a gigawatt that for sure that they even cannot back up this power. And also that's why the attractive SMRs, because of the in front investment in construction that must be cheaper than for the big commercial reactors. And now, as you probably know, that a week ago, World Bank already lifted the ban for financing that nuclear power. So we hope that private banks will join for investing and financing construction of SMR. So not so bad in ahead of us. That we hope that you will get SMRs not 10 times more expensive for kilowatt hours than a big nuclear reactor.
Вы что-то добавить хотите, Сергеевич?
Я добавлю, раз уж...
Let me add one thing. I'm going to consume some of your bread about cooperation. Until fairly recently, and it's going to continue further on, the development of nuclear power was triggering data exchange between nations, because any nuclear disaster would impact not one country, not two countries, but the entire region. So everyone understood that they needed to share data about major disasters. And cooperation via the IAEA is a fantastic example of leaving secrecy stamps from nuclear data, because data safety and security is a global issue. It contributed cooperation. I think it's gonna happen. It's gonna continue. I don't know who was your professor in the university, but nuclear energy development remains an important driver of scientific and research exchange.
May I add you? In Rupur, it is a very real scenario. When we trying to start our first construction, everyone is like your comment, afraid of the nuclear sector. There will be something wrong, there will be some bomb. No one want to work there. But through the ASE and Rosatom, every week we prepared some concerness public awareness program. Now every day, every shift, we have 3 shifts. 8,000 people are working inside the reactor and they are constructing, they are very positive now. So if you think, no, maybe someone is giving you the information that is not positive, but if you will get some positive result on it, then it will be not be matter of fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So your question, and next your first, you, yes.
Работает? Работает. По-прежнему.
Is it working? So, yeah, thank you very much for your amazing speeches. My name is Mateus. I'm a chemistry engineer from Brazil. And I would like to be asking in Russian, which is fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you. My question is as follows. It's addressed to Sergei Leonidovich here and to Mikhail Chudakov. If nuclear power plants, smaller nuclear power plants, indeed look too expensive for countries of the global south, can the interest switch to fast neutron reactors as a more economically viable alternative with Rosatom or no? Well, nuclear power plants, there are projects and designs of fast neutron nuclear power plants. That's one. And number two, Rosatom is about to come up with the initiative that some countries, it's too expensive for some countries to create and maintain nuclear infrastructure, and they can't build a big nuclear power plant. So we can give them a floating nuclear power plant. It can work there for 8 to 10 years, providing electric power, and then it goes away to reload and it's substituted by another one. It's interesting by the fact that the country doesn't have to spend much on the infrastructure, on talent training, and so on. That's one of Rosatom's projects. I think it can be pretty viable for some states and inexpensive. Do you have anything? Yes, I could add about the price. There are lots of speculations about the price per kilowatt hour, but we have to take into account the fact that the new reactor units have a life expectancy of 60 years, and that can be extended for another 30 years. Indeed, the first round of investment is indeed very high, but maintenance and operation is inexpensive. Only 7% accounts for future, and you have stable supply of kilowatt hours for decades and maybe centuries ahead. So many countries are interested in this, while in carbon energy generation, 70% in the cost of a kilowatt hour accounts for fuel prices, which is going to change depending on the world fuel prices. Recently, at the Abdan conference in Brazil, in Rio, a person said, here it's slightly expensive, here it's slightly cheaper. He said, and it's the state that has to look at that. You don't have to go into details. You have to have the basic energy in place of carbon energy. Otherwise, we see what's happening in Portugal, in Spain, with the blackouts there, because grids have become fragile. When you have direct current of wind and solar energy, and reactive energy holds the grids together. When they stopped their nuclear power plants and their major coal plants, everything fell apart in 6 seconds. They still can't say the reasons, but for me as an energy specialist, the reason is obvious. You ended up with very fragile grids. So you have to have a base source of supply. And if it's not coal or oil powered, it has to be nuclear powered. Nobody ever has managed to cheat physics.
I am Vasti Mantedo. I'm from Namibia. I'm from a small village, Gunarville. We currently discovered a lot of uranium, and I'm in the science field, in the physics and nuclear science field. currently doing actually engineering, mining engineering. I just wanted to find out what will it take for a developing country to move from mining a mineral into making its own energy? What would it take?
Кто-то хотел бы ответить, коллеги? Ну, может, если мне позволите. I think let me also cite Alexei Likhachev. The first starting point is people. Is people who have knowledge and who have ambition to build this part of national economy, this part of national science, this part of national. And if you have people, all the rest will come. And that's why the main idea of what we're discussing here is that you not solve some product, you solve some part of your technological future, which includes a system of teaching and preparation of people and teaching of young people and adults for this work, technologies, etc., etc. But the first and the most important is people. If you want to be technologically independent, you have to have people, citizens and patriots of your country who are technologically independent in their minds. And that is the main ingredient. I deeply believe in that. Thank you. Okay, so last question, and we are okay. So let's let it be you. Yes, please. No, on the right. No. This one. Yes. Okay. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to speak English. My name is Roger Nick Murphy. Just from some of the questions that have actually come in, especially like from her, like in Africa or in some other part of the world, where energy is extremely important. But we find out that because like the nuclear power plant or the atomic energy is highly capital intensive and is highly state regulated. My question is the possibility of private-public partnership or much more deregularization that will make it much more liberal for private entities coming together to develop nuclear power plants, especially in other forms of energy, call it petroleum energy, the solar energy, or whichever energy. Because of the liberalization of those industries or sectors, it makes innovations faster. For example, like the space exploration, NASA, like in US, have actually been doing it for years. But because of the liberalization, we find out that people like Elon Musk just came in all of a sudden and they are shooting people to Mars. So you find that in other industry, either in solar industry, in petroleum industry. So back in Africa, we have great investors who will likely develop, even if it's this micro or fast nuclear power plants that can come together to do this. But we find out that because of the high intensive regularization and the monopoly by government or state corporations, it seems to be like a block for partnership, especially when it comes to the private industry, to actually innovate this and make this industry move faster than as it is, than it could even reach a larger population of the people, especially when it comes to states like in the developing nations. So my question is, what are the possibilities for this deregularization that private people or private organizations can come together to develop nuclear power plants? Thank you.
Спасибо за вопрос. Пожалуйста.
Thank you for your question. Anybody, colleagues? My answer would be quite pessimistic. No chance. That's my...
Because of nuclear weapon. The answer is very simple. But, может, кто-то хотел бы сказать, да, пожалуйста.
You're talking about the more private cooperation in developing the nuclear power there. But I just mentioned that before that the World Bank just a week ago just leave the ban or not invest to the nuclear power. And we hope that private banks will join for this, for constructing NPP. But also just about your question is that private participating a lot in solar and wind and not participating in nuclear power, and not participating in nuclear power. We hope it will be changed because really efficiency of solar and wind not comparable with the nuclear power. That for 1923, for example, it was installed capacity almost 500 on solar and wind, almost solar. And on nuclear power, 5 gigawatt installed capacity. Take this 500, just multiply on take one fourth of this only because the capacity factor, load factor is very low, 17% only for solar PV. It's real. Then there is a nuclear ration that nuclear produced for energy produced to energy invested. How much time the energy come back from all energy spent for construction, this source of energy? What for nuclear power, it's 75, 80 times. And capacity factor for new reactor, 94, 95. So I'm 5 gigawatt multiply on 80 and receive 400. And for that solar, I am that 100 left from 500. Multiply, you don't believe, 1.6 for solar without batteries. With batteries a little bit more, 4. So we see that the nuclear power 5 gigawatt installed capacity creates for their long life more than twice more electricity. This is what we call energy security, that and stabilize that cost of kilowatt hours. So it should be that decision of government, first of all, and parliaments. If they are not changing their mind every 4 years when the president change, the people, public will support them and will follow them, and their private banks support it. But involvement of the government, a president, is very important.
Well, okay. Yeah, please. Yeah, last remark.
Дополню. В общем-то,
Let me add a couple words. I fully share your worries. I don't know if you read Trump's order on 23rd of May on reorganization of North Sea. A lot is said there about red tape and so on. It says the deadlines for export testing. But nuclear energy is can be extremely dangerous. It's very important to be careful there and do step by step, very carefully, because the aftermath can be quite destructive, much more serious than in wind and solar energy. I think we should move in this direction, but very carefully. So on this optimistic note, I suggest saying once again thank you to our speakers. Thank you. As to wishes, on this 71st anniversary of the commissioning of the world's first nuclear power plant connected to the grid, let's wish each other that the next 71 years is filled with milestone events, great achievements, possibly made by you. Thank you. Thank you very much to our moderators. Thanks to MIFI Principal Vladimir Shevchenko for moderating this very rich and eventful discussion. Thanks to speakers and guests. Thanks for your questions.
I really advise not to leave because it's an interesting part right now. Мы совсем скоро. Спасибо большое всем, кто присутствовал на этой сцене. Друзья, прямо сейчас.
And right now, friends, we will continue. Before we move on to the topic that interests everyone here and that emphasizes the the youth part in the International Youth Forum. Let's move on to the atomic quiz, the one we had at the very beginning. That's going to take us 10 minutes, and then there will be a musical surprise for us. And then we'll have a session. So, all eyes on the screen, please.
Что выиграете.
So, win a trip to the World Atomic Week. 10 people to answer first, well, to give correct answers.
And faster than 81 of you. Top 10 correct and fast answers are going to get the ticket to the World Atomic Week in this autumn, this fall in Moscow in 2025. So raise your hand if you are ready. Raise your hand. Поднимите руку, если вы готовы, если вы уже... Okay, I'm just waiting for you. Of course, yeah. I see you. I'm just waiting for you. Yeah. Поднимите руку те, кто...
Raise your hands, those who are already in...
There you go. Brazil is in. Okay. Okay. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, we have 10 minutes for everything. Let the music play. I'm going to be back, and we're going to have a really cool thing going on up here on the stage. Our music guest is going to be here on the stage as far as I understand, so be ready for this one. This is going to be a really, really cool show. Make some... Включите музыку, пожалуйста, погромче.
Can we have the music on, please? Give us 10 minutes.
Время пошло уже давно. Топ-10 правильных ответов. Пока идут ответы, через 10 минут сейчас появится, вот через 8 минут и 40 секунд у нас появится музыкальный гуру.
So in 8 minutes, we'll be having our musical guest here with a musical show that you will never forget. And then we'll have the final session.
Top 10 questions, we're going to have a music show, a short one, very bright, with an exclamation mark on the stage in 8 minutes. Don't miss it. I'm telling you, do not miss it. It's going to be fun. And you're going to be part of it. And after that, we're going to have the final session. So don't go far away. 4, 3, 2, 1. Все. И все. Вот.
And we're done. Please picture this moment.
Происходит здесь на сцене. Друзья,
What's happening on stage here? I would like to invite our musical guest because we are nearing the last session of the day. Hello. Hello. Once again, hello. Long time no see. We know each other. This is his best outfit I have ever seen him in. This is the first shot. Usually you look different. It's 1, 2, 1, 2. Does it sound well? Can you hear me?
You can speak.
Say hey. Say whoa. Say
Okay, I'll leave you here.
My name is Lex. I'm a professional beatboxer. I can make a sound. I can make a music with my mouth. And I have a kick on my lips. And it sounds like... I have a snare drum. Hi-hat. The bass. A special bass. You know, I can make it so rapid. Росатом. Росатом. Okay, I say Ros. You say atom. I say Ros. You atom. Go, Ros. Ros. Round up. Ros. Yeah, you're great, guys. I want to make a sound with you. I want to make a track with you, and I need 5 people. 5, only 5.
Are you just go on the stage? Yeah. The first 5 is gonna be good. Okay, we have 1.
It will be easy.
Yeah!
Not so difficult.
And another one. Oh, a 5th one. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
We got 5 there.
Whoa. It's not me. It's me. It's me. It's not me. Okay. I say 3, 4, and you say Rosatom. Okay? Are you ready? For sure? Rosatom. Okay? 3, 4.
Rosatom.
No. We need to make it louder. Okay? Rosatom.
Rosatom. Rosatom. Rosatom.
Yeah. Okay. Obninsk Tech. Yeah? Say with me. Obninsk Tech. 3, 4. Obninsk Tech. Obninsk Tech. Obninsk Tech. Obninsk Tech. Maybe something like this. Okay, for DJ, it's very good. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling at that stage?
Cool.
Okay, we can make a sound with your cool state. I say 3, 4, and you make it with sound. For example, if I'm happy, I make sound like yeah. If I'm sad, I make a sound like and you are okay. You're cool now, and you say
Kchow.
But 3, 4.
Kchow.
No, 3, 4. I need to say 3, 4 for you.
3, 4. Kchow. Go. Go.
Could you make it louder?
3, 4. Kchow. Kchow.
Yeah, we'll make it. Yeah. I want you to make okay? Yeah, Akuna, yeah, please.
Hakuna Matata.
No, 3, 4.
3, 4. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what to say for you. Maybe you have a special sound and I will say 3, 4 and you make it. Okay? Three, 4. Guys, thank you so much. Return to your places. I will make it by myself. Hakuna Matata. Yeah. Okay, I'm like a cooker. I will cook now some track for you. We need some sound like and we need a bass.
Rosatom. Rosatom. Ciao. Ciao. Rosatom. Rosatom.
Obninsk Tech.
Hakuna Matata.
Okay, I got it. Every time you hear Hakuna Matata, make it with him, okay? 3, 4.
Hakuna Matata. 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 Matata. Kuna Matata. Kuna Yeah, I'm from Puerto Rico, Rosatom. Yeah, du Rosatom. Han er Rosatom. Han er vi fra Rosatom. Yeah, Rosatom. Det er Rosatom. Yeah! Kuna Matata! 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 Kuna Matata!
Hakuna Matata! Hakuna Matata! Ciao! Ciao!
Ciao! Ciao! Ciao! Ciao! Rosada! 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 Rosada!
Hakuna Matata!
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Rose. Atom, autumn.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so much. Спасибо большое. Лекс, низкий тебе поклон. Thank you so much. I can imagine someone coming in, like not knowing what's going on. Just, and the most weirdest sounds ever. Yeah, just leave it there. Yeah. For sale. Okay, we have for sale. Starting price, something with the, okay, we got the, anyone recorded that? Anyone recorded that? Yeah, anyone had that on the video? Good. Delete it. Good. Or you can put it on TikTok and say, this is my dreams when I have high temperature. Okay, we're ready for the next session. Right here, just give us a couple of seconds to clean up this stage. Lex, give a good round of applause for Lex, for the beatboxer. Thank you so much. Lex, спасибо тебе большое. Спасибо. Ты великолепен, как всегда. Спасибо тебе огромное, дружище. Спасибо, что немножечко...
Thank you so much. Thank you, friend. You really create the right environment.
Before the last session of today, we're going to find out who is the winner, by the way, with the Atomic Quiz right after the session. So don't go too far away. For those ones who were taking part, we'll find out the top 10 names. Okay, итак, заключительная сессия сегодняшнего дня.
The last session for today is called Youth Leadership Path to a Sustainable Future. We will discuss youth as a topic in order to explain why we are called International Youth Nuclear Forum. And I would like to invite on stage our moderator, our chair, Director of International Partnership Center of the Rosatom Academy, Mr. Alexander Karmishin.
Фотография, Александр, безумно рады вас видеть. Ну, я думаю, вы...
Very happy to see you, Alexander. Amazing to see you. Please introduce the speakers. It's over to you. Artyom, thank you very much. You know, it's extremely difficult to be moderating a session after such an incredible show of talent. I think that deserves another round of applause, indeed. That was an incredible beatbox performance. I'd like to introduce my fellow panel members, Ivana Kovacev-Vasquez, a MIFI postdoctorate, Mohammed Ali, postdoc at the Moscow Energy Institute, ambassador of Russian nuclear education, Zoran Matic, teacher at the East Sarajevo University, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Carlo Tira, ambassador of the Russian nuclear education, and Nadezhda Potechina, chief researcher at the Luch Research Institute. First of all, thanks, all of you. Thanks for being with us. We are going to discuss youth leadership.
It's being discussed these days at different high-level scene, for example, the IAEA. The topic of leadership in the industry is a crucial one. And it brings additional sense why we are discussing it today for the younger generation, those who are going to build the industry, lead the industry, and those who will be practically bringing the solutions, just like Obninsk tech is on the table. So we've discussed it today a lot. And we wanted initially to have a full-fledged panel discussion, but I would like to stick to the framework, which is a fireside chat, to have a more informal discussion what could be the leadership in your perspective. So I would maybe start with Wanda. Thank you very much for being here. And I know that you're from Bolivia, and I'm also aware that young people are leading technological reforms and transformation in your country, and young people are becoming a leading force. So may I learn what brings this leadership in the Bolivian youth, what makes them move forward and bring the others behind them? So what's your opinion then, in few words, if I may learn? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wanda Natalia. I'm from Bolivia, and I'm nuclear ambassador. For me, it's a pleasure to be here with you guys. At first, I will try to respond the question in Russian because I'm trying to improve my Russian. Currently, I'm doing my master's degree in MIFI. And молодежь — это энергия.
Young people are energy, will, and the desire to change the world. In my country, in my native Bolivia, we just started talking about nuclear technology. That's something previously we knew nothing about before. And I want to show that nuclear energy can be useful. For example, its use in nuclear medicine, that nuclear energy can directly help cure cancer. Besides, we as young scientists can convey that message to others, can explain, can create projects, we can share our experience. This is why it's so important for the future.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indeed, young people from Brazil are one of the key forwards and drivers, locomotives in the Latin American continent. One of the teams of the Council of the Impact Team project is carrying out a project, and Bolivia is one of those countries. And young people there are actively involved. And who knows, maybe under the Bolivian flag, we will go to the COP30 conference. And I think your leadership will be very much relevant there. Now I have a question to Mohammed Ali. I'd like to discuss the role that youth and youth leadership plays in engineering professions. We have known each other for quite a while. Besides regularly attending our events as the ambassador of Russian nuclear education, we met recently on the topic of BRICS. And now that Egypt has joined BRICS, it gives a whole new meaning in terms of supporting young people and how young people can influence the future of energy industry. Please tell us about the role that young leaders like you can play in developing the engineering foundation for the atomic industries, nuclear industries of their countries, and what qualities should such young people possess?
Again, I will answer you as a young leader and as a Russian nuclear education ambassador, also as the chairman of the International Council of my university, Moscow Power Engineering Institute. So what we are doing for engineering sector, so I will speak in English. I can say that the young people are creating the future of the engineering sector now. They are dreaming about clean energy, green energy. We are not waiting for the chances. We are making the change. For example, now I am speaking as engineer of robotics. Now there is a lot of robotics working in Russian nuclear industry. Like I saw a lot of robotics working in NPP. Who did this? Like it's the young people, and they can say that we are creating the future. Again, we are the change. The second thing that you say, like how to be leader, things. First thing, you must know how to work with people. You must know that you will face a lot of problems. You will face unexpected problems that you need to solve as a leader. You also need to know how to speak with people. I can say that the good leader, that the leader who's listening to the negative opinions before the positive opinions, but not making these negative opinions to stop him. A good leader, when he fail, stand up and continue success.
Thank you. You've been addressing leadership as a concept, and I have one more question to you, and maybe it's quite relevant to the whole audience. Well, being a leader is a major responsibility. Whenever you are driving a community, people who are looking at you at a profile. So, however, being an engineer, the one from technical field, more the one who is bringing forward hard skills. So it takes extra responsibility. How would you address this? Do you have to be extra responsible whenever you are sharing certain ideas with the audience, with your community, or it's slightly different?
Of course, there is a difference. When you grow up, when you have more responsibilities, you will feel that you not like the past. You need to somehow to change. You will see that you have more responsibilities, and somehow you will get some stress, but you must face this and continue what you are doing.
Well, let's ask also the audience, because many of you are leaders from your universities and organizations, and many of you are engineers or students in engineering fields. Do you feel lots of stress whenever you are trying to lead your communities or do some activities at university? So it's a lot of stress, right? I can hear you. Well, I don't have technical background, to be honest, but whenever I'm challenged with the fact to push something forward, an initiative in a technical field, it is always an extra challenge because you have to bring this interest into people, you have to bring their attention. So I think this is very important whenever we are addressing this. So with this, I'd like to go to Nadezhda, because this is practically very adjacent area, and she is from a scientific organization, which is NPO Luch, National Research Institute. So Nadezhda, a lot of things are happening in terms of leadership in science. More than that is happening in the youth politics here in Russia and abroad, because we need young people in science. We need to make it attractive. And I would love to hear from you, what is this spatial thing which makes science in Russia, especially in nuclear industry, attractive, and how you're bringing your fellow scientists into the nuclear industry?
Thank you, Alexander. So I'm a member of the scientific nuclear community, and when we are talking about the nuclear industry and some science-intensive technologies, we must keep in mind that it's a crucial moment to keep the chain reaction of knowledge transfer from the masters, from the experienced employee to the youth. And that's why Rosatom has several programs of mentorships for specialists and for managers. And it's just like clue or cult of transfer of knowledges or continuity of knowledges. And this approach help us not to lose the critical knowledges, which sometimes is the basis of the technologies. And these knowledges are in hands of the youth and not indifferent youth. And scientists is like that.
Interesting to learn that most scientists are indifferent to what they're doing, because a lot of people, from what I've heard, are doing their job because, well, they have to. And the real leaders, I believe, are indifferent to what they're doing in science. Otherwise, they wouldn't have achieved so much. How would you define the current role of leadership in science? Why it is important right now? How do you think, especially in the nuclear sector?
I think that a real leader is a professional. So scientists or young people who would like to work in science, firstly must be a professional, and then he pretends to be a leader. And I think that if the leaders, professionals are the heads of pelotons in scientific community, it's real cool because because the achievements and the results will become closer if they're professionals, but not only talk a lot. So I would like to say for the young peoples in the auditory to be the professional, to love, to fall in love with their work, and the leadership will come to you.
Thank you, Nadezhda. I think, right, being a leader in science is about loving what you're doing. It's about love. Science equals love in this matter. So with that, I would also love to pass over to Zarana and to have a small discussion with you. Because you are assistant professor, so you are lecturing at Sarava University. It is different, especially when you are the one who is bringing knowledge, who is educating. You need to demonstrate this leadership for other people to follow you, not only to follow, but listen to, so that they could also get this knowledge and also remember what you've said the day before. So I would love to hear about this educational mission of yours, especially for the communities. Whenever you have certain social challenges, what might be this educational mission, and how would you bring it and implement it as a leader?
Thank you for your question. It's my pleasure to be here as a teacher, as you said, of University of East Sarajevo, and to be part of the Obninsk new nuclear education week. You are right. Being a teacher is not such an easy thing to do, especially in today's environment.
And I'm always trying to ignite critical thinking and thinking out of box for my students. I truly believe that, that being intellectually independent is really important for any field, and especially if we are talking about young leaders. Also, we are trying to make the classroom as a safe space and inclusive space, so everyone can feel welcome to have a chat, to discuss some ideas, to ask questions, and also to make mistakes. I think it's really important to be sure in yourself and to know that by making mistakes, you are learning and you are developing as a young professional, but also as a leader. And also, I'm always trying to teach by an example. It's a really hard thing to do because you always have to stay focused, and you should always be well aware on not only what you teach, but how are you doing it? Like, how are you passing the knowledge? How are you communicating with your students? Because you are maybe the one of the first role models of the professional world that they are gonna see and have. So that's it.
Thank you, Zorana. In line with that, we've been just discussing leadership in a certain educational manner, but do you teach leadership whenever you are educating and lecturing? Is there this leadership education course, or how you bringing this knowledge to your students?
Well, actually, I'm assistant at Faculty of Electrical Engineering, so I'm teaching electrical subjects. But I strongly believe that anytime I'm in a classroom, I'm also teaching a leadership, because I know that my students are looking up to me and they are seeking the opportunity, they are seeking evaluation. So I would say I'm not teaching them the leadership like through the subject course, but by acting and by delivering the knowledge and the way in what I'm teaching.
Thank you, Zorana. I would love to pass over to the next speaker. I'd love to have a small chat with Carol Tur. A small question before we are heading towards a spatial announcement of yours. So Obninsk Tech today is highlight of the discussions and practically why Obninsk New is taking place. How would you define the role of leadership in Obninsk Tech? Why 3 years ago, so practically in 2023, the Deputy Director General for Human Resource for SATOM, Mr. Tiana Terentьeva, suggested that probably Obninsk Tech has to be led by a group of youth councils, by a mega council, like the young people. How would you find the leadership for Obninsk Tech? I'd love to hear your opinion.
Let us try this one. This one does work. Thank you so much, Alexander, for that question. And it is a very good question, so I really do appreciate it. When I look at the idea of leadership within Obninsk, the connection of youth and standard, dare I say, adults, but not necessarily simply standard personnel, appears quite natural. So whenever we do something, for example, right now where we are doing the seasonal schools, we are currently organizing the Obninsk Summer University. We probably have many participants watching us right now. The connection of youth and, for example, educational staff of the university and the leadership of the university is present at every place and every part of the organization process. From that perspective, it would be difficult to imagine the complex system working without either of the two ingredients. They are really complementing each other. And when you look at it from the perspective of the idea of Obninsk, it was meant as a project of young people for the young people. So I suppose it really stems from the general idea that if you want to have a really successful youth project, you have to involve youth in some capacity, but you cannot involve youth only, I suppose, in the project of this scale, because you also need the experience of those who already, for example, have done such things before and can deliver feedback, constructive criticism, and can basically strike the innovation with realism. And as a result, you'll end up with a nice balance that hopefully will create a very successful project. And I hope that is what we are currently seeing in development.
Thank you, Carol. I like this, a project from youth by youth for youth, bringing Obninsk forward. And we've been looking at the project and developing it all together throughout the recent years. And now we are where we are. Obninsk is there with all the capacities and things we're up to. I've heard that today you participated in the so-called Mega Council where you discussed the declaration, and I know that's been adopted. So why don't you come up here to read out the forum declaration that we have, and we'll be glad to listen to.
I will be glad to. Declaration. Considering the key and ever-growing role of nuclear and related technologies in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, emphasizing the importance of international cooperation in promoting exclusively peaceful uses of atomic energy, which should be coordinated by the United Nations, taking into account the historical significance of 26 June 1954, the day when the world's first nuclear power plant was commissioned, and recognizing that this historic event opened the way for the use of atomic energy for the benefit of all mankind, we propose to apply to the United Nations to declare June 26 as the International Day of Peaceful Atom. The International Day of the Use of Atomic Energy for Peaceful and Sustainable Development, International Day of Peaceful Atom, under the auspices of the UN, is to be celebrated annually at the international level to commemorate the beginning of the atomic era, reaffirming the important contribution of atomic energy to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This motion should be facilitated by the following actions. Number 1, to develop a plan of standardized events that can be implemented internationally within the framework of the celebration of the International Day of the Use of Atomic Energy for Peaceful and Sustainable Developments under the auspices of the UN. Number 2, to include in the set plan the holding of the annual International Youth Nuclear Forum Obninsk in the city of Obninsk, the International Youth Nuclear Capital. Number 3, to ensure systematic work on the global promotion of International Day of the Use of Atomic Energy for Peaceful and Sustainable Development under the auspices of the UN at key international youth platforms and thematic events, including at the level of UN and the IAEA. Number 4, to ensure the inclusion of the Obninsk project in the program creation of a network of modern campuses of the Ministry of Education and Science of the Russian Federation. And number 5, to declare the Obninsk project as an additional measure to promote Russian education in nuclear and related specialities and relevant technologies to foreign markets. This list is subject to supplementation, adopted by the delegates of the 3rd International Youth Nuclear Forum, Obninsk New, by the Obninsk Mega Council.
Thank you, Carol, very much for reading it out. I believe that just like it was noted by Director General of Rosatom, Mr. Likhachev, that it will be handed over and worked thoroughly with the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be conveyed to the United Nations to give it a full power. And this is indeed a historic moment. I believe that this forum, the declaration, the idea of making the 26th of June the International Day of Peaceful Atomic Energy would really make an impact and mark the role that the first world's nuclear power plant in Obninsk made over 70 years ago. At this very specific moment, I would love to close this session, and I would like to thank my fellow panelists and ask each and everyone give an extra round of applause before I'm passing it over to Artem. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Александр Кармишин.
Thank you very much, Alexander Karmishin.
The experts. И это все аплодисменты. This is all the applause. Oh, come on, you can do a lot better than that. A lot better than that. Don't go away. Don't go away. You've got to stay, as they say in this music. We got 2 quick moments before the end. The end is close. The end is near. Anyway, 2 moments. Moment number 1. Don't go. This is a mistake. You're leaving. This is a big mistake if you're leaving. A big mistake. Moment number 1. Let's have a look at the screen and see the top 10 names. Да. Мне говорят, сейчас, секундочку. Сейчас мы...
Hold on. We're gonna have a family photo in front of the stage.
Yeah, we have to, because you never know what's going to happen in 30 years. Maybe we're not going to be as beautiful as we are right now. So we have to record that moment. So please collect everyone, come closer to the stage. Let's, and можно...
Can we give some light? Can we shed some light at these beautiful people? Would you please increase the light capacity? No, we're good. Nobody understands what's happening. This is so good that you are here.
Итак, мы готовы вывести имена.
And we are ready to project the names. Yes, these are the winners.
Have a look at the screen. These are the top 10 names who won the ticket to the Atomic Week in Moscow in September. This is where we're gonna see. Okay, raise your hand if you're in the list. Raise your hand if you're in the list. Yeah. Okay, let's quit the envy and just give it a good round of applause. Okay. Congratulations. We'll see you in Moscow in September. Congratulations. And now we ask everyone, the photo, to turn around this way. And we have the lights. Can you
Can you turn off the lights lighting this stage in order to do the picture from this side? Yeah, thank you.
Turn around, because we're gonna make a photo this way. This way. Yeah, have a look this way. There you go. There you go. Okay. We're gonna look this way. This. And if anyone, может быть, встать на...
Maybe you can stand on the armchair. Are they expensive? Do we have anyone from the organizing committee? Are the armchairs expensive? No, they are not. You can stand. Oh, no. No, the answer is no. Oh, okay. It's an elephant skin. Can I be responsible? It's a very good photograph. We need him rising. Stand on top of it. Stand on top of it. Oh, that's so cool. Ooh.
Так, все подходите поближе.
Gather up. We can see you as well. Smile. Come closer.
And you are in the building. Alexander Karmishin, вы тоже в кадре. Потом AI.
Alexander Karmishin, you are in the shoot as well. We won't be able to generate you with AI.
You ready? Готов? Нет, не готов. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and action! There you go. You got it. Oh, let's make a funny face. Okay, let's make a funny face. Everyone can do the. Yep. There you go. Oh, I'm not in the shot. Oh my God, I'm not in the shot. I have to be in the shot. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you, brother. Все, у нас было.
Did we do? Have we done? Yes, done. You will introduce me later with Gen AI.
Applause to all the speakers and to yourself. Okay, dream big, because this is the main message that was told from this stage. Dream big, and your dreams are gonna come true for sure. 100%. We'll see very soon next year. And with some of you, we're gonna see each other in September in Moscow Atomic Week. Big hugs and love and goodbye. Thank you so much. Give a good round of applause to each and every one of you. The power of youth. This is the biggest power. Спасибо большое. Спасибо всем.
Thank you so much once again. Let's call it a day.
Line 'em up to knock 'em down, locomotive. You're so bored, and you know it. I'm adrenaline in your veins, keep it flowing. I'm slinging fire from my fingertips. Oh, here we go. I'm dishing out. Can you handle this? I'm on the road. Yeah, yeah. Oh, here we go. I'm on the road. I came here to play.